I was 21 that summer, fresh out of my second year of college, feeling invincible and in hindsight, utterly clueless. Most kids my age were chasing parties or trying to land internships in the city. Me, I was chasing solitude, which in rural Montana isn't hard to find. My parents owned a small cabin up near the Bob Marshall Wilderness, a place where cell service was a myth and the nearest general store was a 30-minute drive. It had been my escape since I was a kid, a place where the biggest problem was usually a grumpy badger or a flat tire on the old ATV. That year I was supposed to be helping my dad with some repairs on the cabin, but he got called away on a last-minute contracting job. So there I was, alone with a toolkit, a stack of books, and what felt like infinite time. Looking back, going by myself was probably the first in a series of tiny, almost imperceptible mistakes that piled up into something much bigger. My dad had always drilled into me the importance of having a buddy out in the wilderness. "Never go alone, son," he'd say, "especially not when you're messing with old cabins and rough country." I shrugged it off. I knew this land like the back of my hand, or so I thought. The cabin itself was pretty basic. 2 rooms, a wood-burning stove, and a hand pump for water. Electricity came from a couple of solar panels my dad had rigged up years ago, just enough for a few lights and to charge my phone, which, again, was mostly useless up there anyway. My days fell into a predictable, comforting rhythm. I'd spend the mornings patching leaky roof sections or clearing fallen branches, afternoons reading on the porch, and evenings cooking over the fire pit, watching the stars come out in a blackness you just don't see in town. It was perfect, peaceful, boring, even at times in the best possible way. One particular day, I decided to explore an old logging trail a few miles east of the cabin. It was a faint path, barely visible under years of pine needles and fallen leaves, that eventually led to what locals called Dry Gulch. Dry Gulch wasn't much of a gulch anymore. 40 years ago, it had been a raging river, fed by snowmelt from the higher peaks. But a geological shift, or so the story went, had diverted the main flow, leaving behind a wide, stony riverbed that wound through the valley like a forgotten scar. It was a beautiful place, silent and still, perfect for finding interesting rocks or just sitting and thinking. I'd explored it a few times as a teenager, but never really spent much time there. I packed a small day bag, water bottle, a couple of granola bars, a first aid kit, and my old compass. It was early afternoon, the sun high and warm, the air still. The hike took about an hour, weaving through thick stands of lodgepole pine. When I finally emerged from the trees, the sight was just as I remembered it, a vast expanse of cracked earth, smooth river stones, and pockets of hardy grasses, all carved out by a force that no longer existed. The silence was profound, almost heavy, a quiet that seemed to absorb all other sounds. It was the kind of quiet that felt ancient, a hush over something that had once roared. I spent an hour or so wandering, picking up smooth, water-worn stones, enjoying the stark beauty of the place. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dry earth and the distant buzzing of a lone bee. It was incredibly peaceful, too peaceful maybe. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in oranges and purples, I decided it was time to head back. I turned, taking one last look at the wide, empty expanse, and that's when I heard it. It was faint, distant, but undeniably there. A low, rhythmic whoosh, like water, rushing water. I froze, my head tilted, listening, trying to pinpoint the source. It was impossible. The riverbed was bone dry. It hadn't held water for decades. The sound, if it was real, was coming from somewhere down the gulch, further than I'd walked, perhaps around the bend where the valley narrowed. I told myself it was the wind. Wind can play tricks, making strange sounds in the trees, whistling through rock formations. But this wasn't a whistle. This was the unmistakable sound of a current, a steady, powerful flow. And there wasn't a breath of wind. The air was perfectly still. The hair on my arms stood on end. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, oppressive silence of the gulch. The sun dipped lower, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters among the rocks. Whoosh! There it was again, clearer this time, an undeniable gush and swirl. It wasn't the wind, it was water moving with force. The logical part of my brain screamed impossible. Dry gulch. Dry for decades. I knew this. Everyone knew this. Yet my ears weren't lying. My eyes scanned the widening expanse of the gulch, now bathed in the orange glow of twilight. The sound seemed to emanate from further down, where the ancient riverbed curved sharply to the south, disappearing behind a towering bluff of stratified rock. Curiosity, a powerful and often dangerous force, began to override my fear. What was that? A subterranean spring, perhaps, finally finding an outlet after years of pressure. It was the only explanation that made a lick of sense, even if it defied everything I knew about this place. I hesitated, torn between the primal urge to bolt back to the relative safety of the cabin and the insatiable need to understand. My dad's voice, a ghost in my mind, echoed, "Never go alone," but I was alone. And the sound of that water, so out of place, was a siren song I couldn't ignore. Slowly, carefully, I started walking towards the bend. Each step crunched loudly in the quiet, and I found myself instinctively holding my breath, straining to hear over the din of my own heartbeat. The light was fading fast, the vibrant oranges and purples giving way to deeper, more ominous blues and grays. I knew I should turn back. Getting caught in the gulch after dark was a terrible idea. The footing was tricky enough in daylight, and the temperature would plummet. But the sound of the water grew stronger, pulling me onward like a magnet. As I rounded the bluff, the sight that met my eyes stopped me dead in my tracks. It wasn't a trickle, it wasn't a small spring. It was a river, a full-fledged, fast-moving river, churning and roaring through the ancient riverbed. It was a spectacle of impossible scale. The water was dark, almost black in the fading light, but I could see white caps, eddies, and the distinctive sheen of moving water reflecting the last slivers of sky. It filled the entire width of the gulch, where only an hour ago there had been nothing but dry stone and sand. My jaw hung open, my mind reeled, trying to reconcile the image before me with reality. This was a place I'd known since childhood, a landmark, a geographical anomaly, the dry gulch. Now it was a torrent. Where had it come from? How? It was like someone had flipped a switch on a colossal faucet. I stumbled forward, drawn by a mixture of terror and awe. The roar of the water was immense, filling the valley, drowning out all other sounds. The air was suddenly cooler, damp, carrying the faint, earthy smell of wet rock and disturbed earth. I stood at the edge, mesmerized, watching the powerful current surge past. It was hypnotic, terrifying. It felt ancient, as if the land itself had remembered something long forgot and decided to reclaim it. My eyes traced the water's path upstream, but the river curved sharply again only 100 yards or so beyond the bluff, disappearing behind another geological feature. Downstream, it vanished into the deepening shadows of the gulch. There was no obvious source, no broken dam, no gushing pipe. It simply was. A chill ran deeper than the damp air. This wasn't natural, not in any way I understood. I fumbled for my phone, a useless reflex. No service. Of course not. I was alone, miles from anywhere, witnessing something utterly inexplicable. My mind raced, searching for a rational explanation. An earthquake, a sudden massive snowmelt from a distant, unknown peak. but there hadn't been an earthquake, and it was summer. As I stood there, lost in a daze of disbelief, I noticed something else, something in the water. At first, I thought it was just debris, logs perhaps, caught in the rapid current. But as a larger, darker shape tumbled closer, I squinted, trying to make it out in the dim light. It was roughly cylindrical, long and thick, dark brown or black. It rotated slowly in an eddy near the bank before being pulled back into the main current. It wasn't a log. It was too perfectly shaped, too uniform. And then, as it rolled, I saw a flash of something white, something that looked like bone. A cold, primal fear seized me. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't tear my eyes away as another, smaller piece of debris, then another, followed the first. These weren't random pieces of wood. They were too smooth, too regular. Some seemed to have angles, edges that didn't look natural. My mind screamed man-made. But what man-made object would be tumbling down a newly formed river in the middle of nowhere? My gaze fixated on a particularly large piece now being dragged across a submerged rock. For a split second, it hung there, partially visible. It was dark, almost black, with a series of parallel grooves etched into its surface. And then undeniably I saw it, a strange, almost glyph-like symbol, crudely carved or perhaps just naturally occurring on its side. It looked like an inverted V with a crossbar. My blood ran cold. This was more than just a weird river. This was something else entirely. My rational mind, already on thin ice, began to crack. This wasn't a spring. This wasn't a broken dam. This was wrong. The light was almost gone now, the last vestiges of twilight replaced by the deep, indigo hues of early night. The roar of the water was deafening, a relentless, powerful sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I had to get out of here. My instinct to investigate had led me to a spectacle of impossible, unsettling grandeur, and now it was telling me, unequivocally, to flee. But my eyes kept scanning the water, drawn to the strange debris. As if summoned by my gaze, a larger object, truly massive, appeared further upstream, caught momentarily on some unseen obstruction. It was difficult to discern its exact shape in the gloom, but it was enormous, easily the size of a small truck, and it was mostly submerged, only its uppermost surface breaking the turbulent water. It looked like a section of some ancient structure, black and jagged, with faint, geometric patterns visible even from my distance. It wasn't natural rock. It wasn't a tree. It was built. And then, as if the river itself was offering a final, terrifying reveal, the massive object shifted, released from its hold. It began to turn slowly, inexorably in the current, rotating like a colossal, ill-fated ship. For a fleeting moment, as it pivoted, a distinct feature rose above the water line, catching the last faint glow of the western sky. It was a flat, broad surface, and upon it, for just a breath-holding second before it dipped back into the churning darkness, I saw what looked like a series of interconnected, dark, rectangular openings. Windows, or perhaps something akin to them. My blood turned to ice. This wasn't an artifact. This was a piece of something huge, and it wasn't just tumbling. It seemed to be coming from somewhere specific, somewhere upstream, a place where such a structure must have existed. Panic, cold and sharp, finally broke through the stupor of my awe. This was too much, too utterly, profoundly wrong. I spun on my heel, my boots slipping on the loose stones, my heart pounding a furious rhythm against my ribs. I had to get back to the cabin. Now, the idea of staying another second in this impossible, terrifying place was unbearable. I scrambled away from the river's edge, my eyes darting nervously back at the churning black water, half expecting to see something monstrous emerge from its depths. The roaring sound pursued me, a constant reminder of the absurdity and the horror I had just witnessed. My legs burned as I pushed myself, trying to outrun the twilight and the creeping dread. I didn't care about the path anymore. I just wanted to put as much distance as possible between myself and the impossible river. The trees seemed to close in around me, their shadows stretching long and distorted, turning into grasping hands. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed, that whatever force had conjured that river was now interested in me. The familiar woods, usually a source of comfort, now felt alien and threatening. My mind raced, trying to process it all. A river where there was no river. Ancient-looking debris, possibly man-made, and a massive structure tumbling downstream. It made no sense. It violated every law of nature I knew. Was I dreaming? Was I hallucinating? The vividness, the cold, damp air, the roar, it was all too real. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until the setting sun was swallowed completely by the western horizon, leaving only a sliver of faint starlight to penetrate the canopy. The woods became a maze of deeper shadows. I tripped, sprawling forward, scraping my hands on a root. Pain shot up my arm, but I barely registered it. I pushed myself up, driven by a desperate need for the cabin, for the faint light of its solar lamps, for the illusion of safety it offered. Eventually, gasping for air, I recognized the familiar thicket of aspens that marked the perimeter of my family's land. A wave of relief, potent and almost dizzying, washed over me. I burst out of the trees and onto the small, cleared patch in front of the cabin. The soft glow of the two solar-powered lanterns on the porch was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. I stumbled up the steps, fumbling with the latch, and practically fell inside, slamming the door shut behind me. The heavy wood thudded, and for a moment I leaned against it, trembling, trying to catch my breath. The cabin, small and simple, felt like a fortress against the incomprehensible world outside. I moved to the single window, pulling back the thin curtain just enough to peer out into the darkness. Nothing, only the familiar shapes of the trees swaying gently in the unseen breeze. But in the utter silence of the cabin, I could still hear it, a faint, distant rumble, a ghost of the roar that still echoed in my mind. The river was real. It was still out there. My hands were shaking as I lit the old kerosene lamp on the table, its warm, flickering glow pushing back the shadows in the small room. I went to the hand pump, working it furiously until cold water streamed out, splashing it on my face. The cold shock helped a little, clearing some of the fog from my brain, but the images persisted. The raging river, the strange debris, the impossible structure. I needed to call someone, my parents, the Forest Service, anyone, but my phone was a paperweight up here. The only connection to the outside world was a faint signal I could sometimes catch if I hiked all the way up to Eagle's Roost, a specific ridge about 5 miles away, a hike I wasn't about to make in the dark, not after what I'd seen. I slumped onto the worn couch, burying my face in my hands. What was I supposed to do? Pretend it didn't happen? Go back to my daily routine, knowing that an impossible river was now flowing through Dry Gulch, carrying unsettling secrets in its current? No, that wasn't an option. The rational part of my brain, the part that still stubbornly clung to the laws of physics, began to construct theories. Maybe it was an illusion caused by exhaustion and the fading light, but I had felt the damp air, heard the roar, seen the debris with undeniable clarity. Maybe a massive sinkhole had opened somewhere far upstream, diverting an underground river. But even that felt like a stretch, unable to explain the speed and volume of the water or the strange, man-made debris. I remembered the glyph-like symbol on one of the tumbling objects, an inverted V with a crossbar. It nagged at me. It felt significant, a tiny piece of an immense, disturbing puzzle. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside sounded amplified, menacing. I kept picturing that massive, dark object with the strange rectangular openings turning slowly in the current. It wasn't natural. It wasn't modern. It felt ancient. And whatever it was coming from somewhere further up the gulch. As the long night wore on, punctuated by the distant, persistent rumble that seeped through the walls, a new thought began to form, chilling me to the bone. If that structure was from upstream, and if it was as ancient as it looked, what else was up there? What had been holding back that river, and what had now released it, and why? The sun eventually rose, painting the eastern sky in soft pastels. I hadn't slept a wink. My body ached, my eyes felt gritty, and my mind was a maelstrom of questions. But with the light came a flicker of resolve. I couldn't just sit here. I had to go back. Not to the river itself, not yet, but I had to reevaluate, to confirm, to search for any trace of what I had seen that could be explained. I ate a quick, tasteless breakfast, forcing down a granola bar and some coffee brewed over the wood stove. My hands still trembled as I packed my day bag again. More water, more food, my compass, a lighter, a small utility knife, and this time a sturdy flashlight. I also grabbed my dad's old hunting rifle from the cabinet above the fireplace, a .3006. I'd learned to shoot it years ago, but I'd never hunted anything more dangerous than a deer. Now, as I checked the clip and the chamber, the weight of the cold steel in my hands felt both reassuring and utterly inadequate. What could I possibly be hunting or defending myself against out there? Before I left, I went to the small desk in the corner and pulled out an old topographical map of the area, a detailed survey map from the 1970s. I spread it out, tracing the winding, dotted line of dry gulch. Upstream, the gulch narrowed significantly, becoming a tight canyon. The map showed no major bodies of water, no lakes, no large rivers, only small seasonal streams, long since dried up. The closest significant body of water, Whitefish Lake, was miles to the north, completely unrelated to this drainage. As I stared at the map, my finger lingered on a particular spot, deep in the canyon, marked simply as unsurveyed territory, steep cliffs. It was a blank on the map, a patch of white amidst the contour lines and symbols. My dad always said that area was too rough to bother with, prone to rockfalls, a true wilderness even for seasoned hikers. But if something colossal had come down the gulch, it had to have come from there, from the blank. I refolded the map, my resolve hardening. I had to go back to Dry Gulch, not necessarily to the river's edge, but to its general vicinity. I needed to see if it was still there, if I wasn't just losing my mind, and if it was, I needed to figure out what was happening. Stepping out of the cabin, the morning air was crisp and clear, the sun already warming the pines. The familiar sounds of the wilderness, birdsong, the rustle of leaves, were a balm after the night's terror. But in the quiet moments, I could still hear that faint, distant rumble. It was real. The hike to Dry Gulch was different this time. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every distant sound a warning. I walked with the rifle held loosely, ready, my senses on high alert. The beauty of the forest, which I usually cherished, now felt menacing, a vast, indifferent wilderness that harbored unimaginable secrets. As I neared the edge of the tree line that overlooked the gulch, I moved cautiously, slowly, my heart thumping. I crept through the last fringe of pines, parting a branch to peer out. The river was still there. Its roar was just as immense, just as terrifying as before. In the bright morning light, the water looked even more ferocious, a churning, turbulent mass of dark gray and brown, kicking up spray against the banks. It was an impossible, undeniable reality. I stepped out from the trees, drawn to the edge of the bank. The air was still cool and damp, and the faint, earthy smell was stronger. My eyes scanned the water, searching for the strange debris. There was still plenty of it, though most of the larger pieces I'd seen last night had been swept downstream. But there were still smaller, dark fragments, some with those same faint, geometric patterns, others just dark, smooth chunks of something unlike any natural rock I'd ever seen. They didn't look like wood. They looked like processed, ancient material. I needed to get closer to examine one of these pieces. My curiosity was a dangerous thing, but it was stronger than my fear. I edged along the bank, careful of my footing, until I found a spot where a small, relatively calm eddy formed. As I watched, a dark, oblong piece of what looked like compacted earth or stone, about the size of my fist, bumped against the bank, briefly caught by the slower current. I dropped to my knees, reaching out a hesitant hand. It was heavier than it looked, solid, not porous like river stone. It was cool to the touch, almost unnaturally so, even though the sun was now high. I turned it over in my hand. It was smooth on one side, rough on the other, as if it had been broken off from a larger piece. And on the smooth side, faintly visible despite the water erosion, was that same glyph, an inverted V with a crossbar. It wasn't a natural formation. It was a symbol, a mark, and it was clearly carved or molded into whatever this material was. I put the strange piece into my day bag, a tangible, physical piece of the impossibility. This wasn't a delusion. This was real. My gaze drifted upstream again to where the river disappeared around the bend. That's where the massive structure had come from. That's where the source of all this lay. My rational mind screamed caution, retreat. My adventurous, idiotic spirit, however, was already planning the ascent. I had to know. I had to see what was up there. I started walking along the bank, heading upstream, keeping a careful distance from the roaring water. The terrain became rougher, the gulch narrowing as the map had indicated. The cliffs on either side began to rise, steep and formidable, enclosing the newly formed river in a tight canyon. The roar of the water intensified, echoing off the rock faces, creating a dizzying cacophony. After about 20 minutes of arduous climbing and scrambling over rocks, I reached the point where the gulch made its final, sharp turn. The map's unsurveyed territory began here. My heart pounded with a mixture of dread and anticipation. I braced myself, took a deep breath, and rounded the corner. The sight that met me there was so utterly beyond comprehension, so staggeringly monumental, that I actually gasped, stumbling backward, nearly losing my footing. Before me, where the canyon opened slightly into a bowl-like depression, was a structure that defied belief. It wasn't just ancient, it was colossal, beyond imagination. It was an immense wall of black, seamless stone, rising hundreds of feet into the sky, spanning the entire width of the gulch. It wasn't a natural rock formation. It was clearly artificial, though its construction defied any known human engineering. It was perfectly smooth, monolithic, and utterly alien. No mortar lines, no visible joints, just a single, impossibly vast expanse of polished, dark material that absorbed the sunlight rather than reflecting it. And this was not just a wall. It was the face of something much, much larger. It looked like the sheer side of a pyramid or a forgotten citadel, but one built on a scale that dwarfed any ancient wonder of the world. It filled the canyon, pushing against the natural rock, so seamlessly integrated that it looked as if the mountains themselves had birthed this impossible structure. But the most shocking part was not its size or its alien nature. it was what had happened to it. The entire lower section of this colossal wall had been ripped open, not naturally broken, but torn as if by some unimaginable force. There was a gaping, jagged hole, hundreds of feet wide and tall, through which the entire new river was now violently pouring. The water wasn't just flowing past the structure, it was erupting from it. The force of the water exploding from this titanic wound in the black wall was tremendous, a thundering waterfall of impossible scale. It formed a churning, white-capped maelstrom at its base, before settling into the furious current that now filled Dry Gulch. And through the gaping maw into the darkness beyond, I could see glimpses of something else. Something not just empty, something complex. Dark, geometric shapes like immense, forgotten machinery, or perhaps the interior passages of a gargantuan, alien vessel, loomed within the blackness. My rifle, which I had been gripping so tightly, slipped from my numb fingers, clattering onto the rocks. I didn't even register the sound. My mind struggled to grasp what my eyes were seeing. This wasn't just a discovery. This was an existential shock. This was something that shouldn't exist. It screamed of a lost civilization, a forgotten god, or perhaps something not of this world at all. As I stood there, mesmerized by the terrible beauty of the scene, I noticed a detail on the edge of the colossal tier. Along the jagged, broken surface, where the black material met the exposed interior, there were more of those glyphs. Not just one or two, but thousands, repeating patterns, intricate and alien, covering the exposed surfaces like a language. And many of them contained that same inverted V with a crossbar. It wasn't a symbol. It was part of a larger, unknown script. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp air. This place wasn't just ancient. It was alive in a way, or perhaps had been alive, and whatever had resided within this impossibly vast structure, whatever had powered it, was now unleashed. The river was a symptom, a consequence. A massive, black, engineered structure, breached and now spewing water and debris into the Montana wilderness. My fear sharpened into something colder, more analytical. This wasn't just a natural phenomenon. This was an event, and I was the only witness. I knew with an absolute certainty that settled deep in my bones that I could not simply walk away from this. I had to understand. I had to explore. Even as a voice screamed in my head, telling me to run as fast and as far as I could, the inexplicable pull of the mystery was too strong. This was a secret that humanity was not meant to know, yet it was laid bare before me. The sun climbed higher, illuminating the impossible scene, making it no less surreal. I knew I needed to approach cautiously. The rushing water was a barrier, but also a guide. It led from the structure, and therefore it spoke of its breach. I scanned the surrounding cliffs, looking for a way to get closer to the colossal wall, to the torn section, without getting swept away by the current. The cliffs were sheer, but here and there, game trails or erosion had carved out precarious ledges. It would be a dangerous climb, but not impossible for someone with my experience in the local mountains. My gaze returned to the gaping hole, to the impenetrable blackness within, only partially illuminated by the sunlight streaming in. And then I saw it, or thought I saw it. A movement deep within the shadows, something that wasn't water, a flicker, a shape. My heart leaped into my throat. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, trying to focus. Was it just a trick of the light and shadow, combined with my exhausted, overstimulated imagination, or was there something inside that breached structure? I squinted, holding my breath, straining my eyes. The roar of the water was immense, but for a split second, I imagined I heard something else, a faint, rhythmic thump-thump from deep within the colossal breach, a sound almost swallowed by the water's fury. It was subtle, barely there, but it was enough to send another wave of ice-cold dread through me. This was no longer just a mystery of a geological anomaly. This was something active, something that suggested presence. I retrieved my rifle, loading a round into the chamber, the click echoing in my ears, providing a small measure of false comfort. I was now armed, but against what? Against a colossal, impossible structure, against whatever might be lurking within its breached interior. No, I thought, this was not a moment for rash action. This was a moment for reconnaissance, for careful, calculated movement. I needed to observe to understand before I did anything else. My eyes found a promising, albeit treacherous, path along the cliff face to my left, a series of narrow ledges and handholds that would take me higher, giving me a better vantage point, and perhaps a closer look at the breached structure's interior. It was a climb that would test my nerve and skill. As I began my ascent, each handhold deliberate, each foot placement precise, I kept my eyes fixed on the black wall. The impossible river roared below me, an unending testament to the colossal forces at play. The faint thump-thump continued, a distant, unsettling pulse, growing subtly louder as I climbed, as if whatever was inside was stirring, or perhaps had always been stirring, and only now had I been able to hear it. Reaching a small, relatively flat ledge about 50 feet above the canyon floor, I paused, clinging to the rough rock, and took a moment to catch my breath. From here, the scale of the structure was even more staggering. It wasn't merely a wall. It appeared to be a part of an even larger, buried entity, most of which was still hidden beneath the surrounding mountainsides. The breach itself looked like a wound in a living thing, bleeding water into the world. I peered intently into the darkness of the gaping hole. The thump-thump was more distinct now, a deep, resonant sound, almost like a massive heart beating, or the slow, rhythmic turning of immense gears. It was too regular, too mechanical to be natural. And then, at the far back of the breached interior, in the deepest shadows, I saw it again. A pinprick of light. Not a reflection of the sun. This was a source, a faint internal glow deep within the structure. It was small, no bigger than a distant star, but it pulsed with the same rhythm as the thumping sound. Thump, thump, flash. Thump, thump, flash. My mind, already stretched beyond its breaking point, tried to process this new, utterly terrifying development. Light, inside, something mechanical, and the scale, everything about this place was wrong, dangerously, unbelievably wrong. I felt a sudden, intense urge to turn and run, to forget everything I had seen, to pretend this entire day had been a nightmare. But it was too late. I had seen too much, and the mystery, dark and vast and ancient, had fully captivated me. I pulled out my phone again, a useless gesture, but this time I switched to video mode. I held it up, steadying my trembling hands against the cliff face, trying to capture what I could. The quality would be terrible, grainy and dark, but it would be something. Proof. Something to show when I finally got back to civilization, when I could actually tell someone what I had found. As I held the phone, zooming in as much as it allowed, the small, pulsing light in the depths of the breach seemed to grow fractionally brighter. And with it, the thump-thump intensified, becoming a deeper, more powerful resonance that vibrated through the rock beneath my feet. The roar of the water itself seemed to change pitch, as if the entire canyon was responding to this internal awakening. Then a new sound, cutting through the thunder of the water and the rhythmic thumping, a high-pitched, metallic whine. It rose slowly in intensity, a piercing, unnerving note that grated on my ears. It sounded like something under immense pressure, building to a crescendo. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just ancient ruins. This was active, operational. Whatever was in there, it was doing something. The whine reached a peak, almost painful in its intensity, and then, with a sudden, sharp crack, it stopped. The thumping also ceased. The light, too, vanished. For a split second, there was only the immense roar of the river. Then silence, a profound, unnatural silence that felt even more terrifying than the previous cacophony. Even the river's roar seemed to dampen, as if holding its breath. My breath hitched in my throat. Every fiber of my being screamed for me to hide, to disappear. But I couldn't move. My eyes were glued to the black maw of the breached structure. And then from the depths of that impossible darkness, slowly, inexorably, something began to emerge. It was massive, too massive for the opening, yet it was coming. At first, it was just a shadow, a deeper blackness against the already black interior. Then, as it edged forward, pushing through the torrent of water, its form began to resolve. It wasn't a piece of debris. It wasn't a machine part. It was a head. A colossal, impossibly shaped head, dark and smooth, with two faint, glowing red points that slowly widened and brightened, like eyes fixating on the world outside. It was not organic in any way I understood. It was angular, almost crystalline, yet undeniably a head. It pushed through the water, shedding the spray like an immense, silent behemoth. My mind shattered, my rifle lay forgotten. My phone, still recording, slipped from my grasp and tumbled down the cliff face, bouncing once off a rock before splashing into the turbulent water below, lost to the current. I didn't care. All I could do was stare, transfixed, as the rest of the impossible creature began to follow. It was dark, sleek, and utterly alien. Its body, partially obscured by the cascading water, seemed to be made of the same seamless black material as the colossal wall from which it emerged. It had multiple limbs, each ending in sharp, metallic appendages that clawed at the rock as it slowly pulled itself out of the breached structure. It was an impossible fusion of mechanical precision and something akin to biological movement, but on a scale that defied natural law. It was easily hundreds of feet long, snaking its way out of the opening, its sheer bulk displacing vast amounts of water, creating waves that crashed against the canyon walls even where I stood. The red eyes pulsed with an internal, cold light, scanning the canyon. Then it paused. Its vast, angular head, now fully outside the breached wall, turned slowly, deliberately. The glowing red eyes, each one the size of a car, fixed on my small, terrified form clinging to the cliff face. A low, guttural rumble, a sound that vibrated not just through the air, but through the very bedrock of the canyon, emanated from the creature. It wasn't a roar of anger, but something far more chilling, a sound of ancient awakening, of recognition. It knew I was there. Its head tilted slightly, an unnervingly intelligent gesture. The red eyes seemed to peer straight through me, into the deepest parts of my fear. I was frozen, unable to move, unable to even scream. My entire world, my understanding of reality, had been irrevocably shattered. This was not a discovery. This was an unveiling, and I was standing on the precipice of something truly horrific, something that had been hidden for millennia, now free and staring directly at me. The creature began to move again, slowly, deliberately, pulling more of its immense, segmented body out of the breached wall. Its progress was agonizingly slow, but relentless, unstoppable. The sound of its movement, a grinding, metallic groan mixed with the roar of the water, filled the canyon. The ground beneath me trembled. I had to move. I had to get away, but my limbs refused to obey. Then its head lowered slightly, and from a series of subtle openings along its jawline, a faint, high-frequency sound began to emit. It wasn't a language, not exactly. It was more like a series of clicks and pulses, echoing and distorting in the canyon. It was searching. It was aware. And it was coming out. I watched, mesmerized by terror, as another section of its immense body emerged from the churning water. It was covered in more of those intricate, alien glyphs, etched into the dark, seamless material. The same glyphs I had seen on the wall on the debris. This creature was part of the structure, or the structure was part of it. An organic machine, or a living entity of alien design. The air grew heavy with a faint, metallic scent, like ozone after a lightning strike, mixed with something else, something ancient and earthy, like disturbed soil and untold millennia. With a final, gargantuan heave, the creature fully disengaged from the breached wall, the torrent of water no longer partially obstructed by its immense body now surged with an even greater, unhindered fury through the canyon. The creature's full form was now revealed, breathtaking and horrifying in its totality. It was less a single entity and more a colossal, segmented construct, like a series of immense, articulated black plates, each etched with those disturbing glyphs, connected by what looked like thick, organic metallic sinews. Its multiple limbs, long and multi-jointed, ended in wide, flat, claw-like appendages that flexed and extended with unsettling fluidity. Its sleek, dark body, reflecting the morning sun in an oily sheen, coiled and uncoiled with a slow, deliberate power. The scale of it was mind-bending. It was truly hundreds of feet long, easily dwarfing the canyon walls around it. The red eyes, now fully bright, pulsed with a cold, unwavering intensity. It was no mere beast. It was an engine of ancient, alien design, and it had just been unleashed. The rhythmic clicking and pulsing sound intensified, accompanied by a faint, internal hum that permeated the air, a vibration that ran through the very rock I clung to. The creature's head, still angled towards me, seemed to analyze my terrified form. There was no aggression, no immediate charge, only a chilling, ancient awareness. It was as if a being that had slumbered for millennia was simply observing. My mind, for a brief, terrifying moment, tried to rationalize. A robot, some kind of advanced drone, but the sheer scale, the impossible material, the way it moved, it was beyond anything I could conceive. It was a fusion of the organic and the mechanical, a construct both alien and intimately connected to the monolithic structure from which it had just emerged. Then one of its massive, multi-jointed limbs began to move. Slowly, purposefully, it extended, its clawed end reaching towards the cliff face where I was plastered. It was not a lunge, not an attack in the conventional sense. It was a movement of exploration, of measurement. Each segment of the limb unfolded with a soft, metallic whisper, defying the roar of the river, and the immense claw, easily the size of a small car, edged closer. My terror finally broke through the paralyzing awe. I was going to die. This thing, whatever it was going to investigate me, and I was utterly helpless. My rifle was gone, my phone was gone, and I was stranded on a narrow ledge, high above an impossible river. My survival instincts, dormant under the weight of cosmic horror, suddenly roared to life. I had to move. Now. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I scrambled sideways along the ledge, my boots scraping on the loose rock, my fingernails tearing on the rough stone. The creature's limb followed, its immense claw tracking my movement with unnerving precision. It didn't speed up, it simply matched my pace, its glowing red eyes never leaving me. I reached a small crevice, a crack in the cliff face that offered a precarious path downwards, away from the creature's immediate reach. It was a steep, dangerous descent, almost vertical in places, but it was my only option. Without a second thought, I plunged into the crevice, sliding and tumbling, using my hands and feet to brace myself against the rough rock. Loose stones rained down around me, splashing into the river below. The roar of the water grew louder as I descended, threatening to swallow me whole. I didn't dare look up. I just kept moving, driven by the primal fear of what was above me. The creature's clicks and pulses intensified, a curious, almost interrogative sound. I could feel the vibrations of its movement through the rock, a deep hum that resonated in my chest. It was still there, still watching, still pursuing. I reached the bottom of the crevice, landing hard on a narrow strip of rocky bank, just barely above the churning water. My body ached, my hands were raw, and my clothes were torn, but I was out of its immediate grasp. I risked a quick glance upwards. The creature's head was now leaning over the edge of the cliff, its red eyes still fixed on me. One of its massive limbs was slowly retracting. Its clawed hand paused inches from where I had been just moments before. It seemed to consider my escape, its mechanical organic form a silent, colossal question mark against the sky. The high-frequency clicks intensified, accompanied by a rapid, almost agitated series of pulses. It was thinking, or processing. Then, with a sudden, fluid motion that belied its enormous size, the creature began to move down the canyon. It didn't re-enter the breach. Instead, it moved along the bank, its multi-jointed limbs gripping the rock, its immense body flowing with an unnatural grace. It was heading downstream, in the same direction I needed to go to get back to the cabin. Panic flared anew. It wasn't just observing, it was moving, and it was moving with purpose. I sprinted, my legs burning, scrambling over the rocky bank, trying to gain distance. The roaring river was now a constant companion, its sound a terrifying underscore to my desperate flight. I kept glancing back, expecting to see the creature lumbering after me, but it wasn't lumbering. It was moving with an almost silent, relentless efficiency, its dark form a rapidly diminishing outline in the distance. It wasn't following me directly, not in a chase. It was simply proceeding down the canyon, its immense, sleek form gliding over the rugged terrain as if it were flat ground. But it was heading in the direction of my cabin, of civilization. This wasn't just a monster. This was an entity, a force, and it was now loose in the world. I pushed myself harder, forcing my exhausted body to keep pace. The familiar path back to the tree line felt impossibly far. The canyon walls, once a source of wonder, were now a confining prison. Every shadow seemed to twist into the shape of that colossal head. Every splash of the river sounded like its metallic groan. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached the point where the canyon widened, and the tree line began to creep closer to the river's edge. I plunged into the relative cover of the pines, desperate for the familiar camouflage. My lungs burned, my legs ached, and my throat was raw, but I didn't stop. I ran through the forest, heedless of the path, just trying to put as much distance as possible between myself and that impossible canyon. The rifle, the phone, everything was gone. I was alone, unarmed, and carrying a secret that would shatter the world. The cabin, I just needed to get to the cabin. It was my only sanctuary, my only point of reference in a world that had suddenly tilted off its axis. When I finally burst out of the trees and onto the familiar clearing, I was a wreck. Gasps tore from my throat, my body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. The cabin, with its simple wooden walls and solar-powered lanterns, looked like a beacon of sanity. I collapsed onto the porch, struggling to unlock the door, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key. Once inside, I slammed the door shut, leaning against it, trying to catch my breath, trying to calm the frantic hammering of my heart. The small, familiar room was a stark contrast to the colossal horror I had just witnessed. The wood stove, the worn couch, the stack of books, they all seemed impossibly quaint, relics from a life that had ceased to exist only hours ago. I went straight to the window, pulling back the curtain again, peering out into the daytime forest. Nothing, only the gentle sway of the pines, the distant chirping of birds. But the roar of the river, though fainter now, was still audible, a deep, persistent rumble that vibrated through the ground. It was real. All of it was real. I collapsed onto the couch, burying my face in my hands. The images replayed themselves in my mind. The breached wall, the torrent of water, the impossible creature emerging, its glowing red eyes, its slow, deliberate movements. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It was a nightmare made flesh, or rather, made of ancient, alien technology. What was it? Where did it come from? What was its purpose? Why had it been hidden for so long, and why was it emerging now? The glyphs, the inverted V with a crossbar, it wasn't just a symbol on a piece of debris. It was part of a larger script covering the creature and the structure. It was a language, a signature, but whose, and what did it say? I felt a sudden, profound sense of isolation. I was the only one who knew, the only one who had seen, and I was completely alone, miles from anyone with no way to communicate. My phone was gone, lost to the impossible river. The nearest landline was at the general store, a dangerous drive away, and even if I made it there, what would I say? Hello, 911. There's a giant alien biomechanical creature emerging from a secret ancient structure in Dry Gulch, and it's hundreds of feet long, and its eyes glow red, and it probably just moved downstream towards you. They'd lock me up. No one would believe me. I had no proof. The video on my phone was gone. The strange piece of debris was still in my day bag, but what was it, really? Just a dark, heavy rock with a strange carving, not enough to convince anyone of a cosmic horror. My mind raced through possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. The creature was heading downstream. Dry Gulch eventually emptied into the Blackfoot River, a major waterway that flowed through towns and cities. Was it going there? Was it searching for something or someone? I stood up, my legs still shaky, and went to the desk, pulling out the topographical map again. My finger traced the route of Dry Gulch, now a raging river. It joined the Blackfoot River about 20 miles downstream from my current position. And then the Blackfoot snaked its way through the valley, past ranches, small towns, eventually towards larger settlements. If that thing reached civilization. A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach. I couldn't let that happen. Or rather, I couldn't just sit here and let it happen without trying to warn anyone. But how? I thought of the phone signal at Eagle's Roost, 5 miles away, a difficult hike but possible. In the dark, after what I'd seen, it felt insurmountable, but it was my only shot, my only connection. But what if the creature was still out there? What if it was between me and Eagle's Roost? Or what if it was now moving past my cabin, further downstream? I needed to observe. I needed more information. The idea of going back to the gulch after what I had just been through was abhorrent, but I couldn't just wait. I forced myself to think clearly, methodically. What was the immediate threat, the creature? What was its nature? Unknown. Its intent? Unknown. Its direction? Downstream. I had to prepare. I had to assume the worst. First, food and water. I stocked up my day bag with more granola bars, dried fruit, and filled my water bottles. If I had to leave the cabin in a hurry, or if I had to hike to Eagle's Roost, I would need supplies. Next, defenses. My rifle was gone. The only other weapon I had was a rusty old hatchet and a few kitchen knives. Pathetic, but I grabbed the hatchet, testing its weight, its blunt edge. It felt like a toy against something that could tear open mountains. I also grabbed my dad's old binoculars from a shelf. If I was going to observe, I needed to do it from a distance. I spent the next hour pacing the cabin, my mind a whirlwind of fear and frantic planning. Every creak of the wood, every rustle outside made me jump. I kept checking the window, half expecting to see those glowing red eyes peering through the glass. The distant rumble of the river was a constant, unsettling reminder. I had to know where the creature was. I had to know what it was doing. Finally, driven by a desperate urgency, I made a decision. I wouldn't go back to the canyon's edge, but I would ascend one of the smaller hills to the south of the cabin, a less strenuous climb than Eagle's Roost, but one that offered a good view of the wider valley and the general direction of Dry Gulch. From there, I could use the binoculars to scan for any sign of the creature or any unusual activity downstream. It was a reconnaissance mission, a way to gather information without putting myself directly in harm's way, at least not immediately. I loaded my freshly packed bag, grabbed the binoculars and the hatchet, and with a final nervous glance around the cabin, I stepped back outside. The afternoon sun was high, bathing the forest in a deceptive golden light. The world looked normal, peaceful, but it wasn't. The world had irrevocably changed. I moved cautiously through the trees, constantly scanning my surroundings, my senses heightened to an almost unbearable degree. Every snapped twig, every chirping bird was scrutinized. The familiar sounds of the wilderness now felt like a fragile veil, easily torn by something far more ancient and terrifying. The hill I chose was about a mile from the cabin, a gentle ascent that offered a clear line of sight over the lower parts of Dry Gulch where it opened into the broader valley. The climb was strenuous but quick. As I neared the crest, I moved slowly, cautiously, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached a cluster of tall pines that offered good cover and an unobstructed view. I settled in, my back against a rough trunk, and raised the binoculars to my eyes. The landscape swam into focus. The winding path of Dry Gulch, now a wide, turbulent river, cut a new scar through the valley. I scanned upstream first, towards the canyon where the structure lay. Nothing. The immense black wall was out of sight, hidden by the curves of the canyon. Then I turned my attention downstream, following the river's path as it snaked through the valley, past familiar landmarks. Old, abandoned logging clearings, patches of dense forest, and then further out, faint signs of human presence, a distant power line, a wisp of smoke from a ranch chimney. I scanned the banks of the river, the water itself, searching for any sign of that colossal, dark form. Nothing. The river flowed, wild and untamed, but no impossible creature broke its surface. A flicker of doubt. Had it gone back inside? Had it disappeared? Or had it moved so fast that it was already beyond my sight? I lowered the binoculars, my brow furrowed in concentration. The sheer size of the creature made it hard to hide, but the canyon was deep and the river was wide. I raised the binoculars again, meticulously scanning the area just beyond where the canyon emptied into the wider valley. This was the most likely place for it to emerge if it was continuing downstream. And then I saw it. It wasn't in the water, it wasn't on the bank. It was in the air. High above the river, far in the distance, a dark, impossible shape moved with deliberate grace. It was only a tiny speck through the binoculars, but its form was unmistakable. The sleek, segmented body, the faint shimmer of its dark material against the sky. Its multiple limbs folded tight against its body were not propelling it, but rather it seemed to simply drift, effortlessly, silently, defying gravity. My breath hitched, it could fly. This revelation was another blow to my already shattered understanding. Not only was it a colossal, biomechanical entity, but it could navigate the air as easily as it could the land and water. It was an apex predator, an ancient god, unfettered by the laws of physics. The red eyes were invisible from this distance, but I could feel their presence, their cold, unwavering intelligence. It wasn't just moving, it was surveying, observing, like a hawk searching for prey. My gaze followed its trajectory. It wasn't following the river's path precisely. It was moving along the general direction of the valley, slowly, inexorably, towards the more populated areas. It was heading towards the towns, towards people. A wave of cold dread washed over me. This wasn't just my problem anymore. This was a global event waiting to happen, and I was still the only one who knew. I watched it for a long time, until the sheer distance made it almost impossible to discern. It was a dark, silent sentinel against the brilliant Montana sky, a harbinger of untold change. When I finally lowered the binoculars, my hands were trembling. My throat felt dry and constricted. The hatchet in my hand felt utterly useless. What good was it against something that could fly, that was hundreds of feet long, and that had just emerged from a secret, ancient citadel? I had to get to Eagle's Roost. Now, it was the only way to warn anyone. I couldn't wait until nightfall. I couldn't risk the creature reaching a town before I could alert someone. But the hike to Eagle's Roost was still dangerous. 5 miles, through rough terrain, with the knowledge that this impossible creature was now roaming free in the sky. I descended the hill, moving with a renewed sense of urgency. The light of the afternoon sun was starting to mellow, hinting at the approaching evening. I had to act fast. Back at the cabin, I gathered my supplies for the long hike. My dad's old hunting pack, a heavier, more durable backpack. More water, more food, a thicker jacket, a headlamp, spare batteries, my compass, a flare gun, a last resort, but a flare might be seen if I ran into trouble, the hatchet, and this time a small, battered camera my dad used for wildlife photography. It was old school, film-based, but if I could get a picture of something, anything, it would be better than nothing. I checked the map again. Eagle's Roost was a prominent ridge to the northwest. The hike was uphill most of the way, through dense forest and some rocky outcrops. It would take at least 2 to 3 hours, maybe more if I pushed myself and the terrain was difficult. As I prepared, my mind kept replaying the image of the flying creature. What would it do? Would it attack? Was it malevolent? Or was it simply existing, exploring its new, old world? The metallic scent, like ozone and ancient earth, still lingered faintly in my memory. The rhythmic thumping, the piercing whine, the feeling of the ground trembling, all of it was indelibly etched into my mind. I took one last look at the cabin. It was my home, my sanctuary, but now it felt like a trap, vulnerable and exposed. I might not come back here. The thought chilled me, but it also solidified my resolve. I had to do this. Stepping out of the cabin, the sun was lower, casting long, dramatic shadows. The air was cooling. The distant rumble of the river, still there, felt like a silent countdown. I started the hike towards Eagle's Roost, moving with a purpose born of fear and desperation. The familiar trails, which I had walked countless times since childhood, now felt alien, imbued with a new, terrifying significance. Every shadow held a potential threat. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a colossal limb moving through the underbrush. I kept my eyes on the sky, constantly scanning for that dark, impossible shape. The fear of seeing it again, of having it discover me, was a constant, gnawing presence. But I also knew that if I did see it, I might have a chance to get a photo with the old camera, even if it was just a blurry, distant shot. Proof. The forest was a maze of deepening twilight. The sun dipped below the western peaks, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. The light faded quickly in the dense canopy, and soon I had to switch on my headlamp. Its beam cut a narrow path through the oppressive darkness, making the surrounding trees feel even more menacing. The ascent was grueling. My muscles screamed in protest, my lungs burned, and sweat stung my eyes. But I pushed on, driven by the urgency of my mission. The world needed to know. Even if they didn't believe me, I had to try. I reached a particularly steep section, a scramble over exposed rock faces. I had to put away the headlamp and use my hands to feel for holds, relying on the faint starlight that filtered through the trees. It was slow, treacherous progress. Suddenly, a sound. Not the distant rumble of the river, not the imagined clicks of the creature. This was closer. A low, throbbing hum, almost infrasound, that vibrated through the rock beneath my hands. It wasn't natural, it was mechanical, and it was coming from above. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, pressing myself flat against the cold rock, my eyes darting frantically upwards into the darkness. The humming intensified, growing steadily louder, more resonant. It felt like the air itself was thickening, growing heavy. Then from behind the crest of the ridge, a faint reddish glow began to appear. It was diffuse at first, a soft halo against the black sky, but it quickly coalesced, sharpening into two distinct points. Red eyes. It was there, above me, on Eagle's Roost. My blood ran cold. It had somehow anticipated my destination, or perhaps it was just exploring, surveying the highest points in the valley. Whatever the reason, it was now between me and the only place I could get a signal. The humming grew into a powerful, resonant thrum that vibrated through my entire body, rattling my teeth. The red eyes, vast and cold, were now clearly visible, peering over the ridge, silently fixing on my position. It knew I was there. It had been waiting. I was trapped. Below me, a treacherous climb back down into the impenetrable darkness of the forest. Above me, the impossible creature, its red eyes burning like distant coals in the night. I pressed myself even harder against the rock, trying to become one with the mountain, to disappear. My breath hitched in my throat, every muscle tense and trembling. The hatchet in my hand felt like a child's toy. The creature didn't move. It simply observed, its immense presence dominating the night. The low hum emanated from it, filling the air with an ancient, alien energy. It was a predator, but it wasn't lunging. It was studying. Then from the darkness behind its head, where the main body of the creature was obscured by the ridge, I heard a faint, familiar sound, a metallic whine, the same sound I had heard before it emerged from the structure. It was building again. Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. That whine had preceded its emergence, its activation. What was it preceding now? An attack, a transformation. I had to get away. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't let it do whatever it was about to do. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I abandoned all caution and began to scramble back down the cliff face, ignoring the pain in my raw hands and scraped knees. Every step was a prayer, every handhold a desperate gamble. The thrumming sound intensified, the red eyes above me seemed to widen, and the metallic whine grew sharper, more piercing. Loose rocks tumbled around me, dislodged by my frantic descent. I heard them splash in the unseen darkness below. I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that sound, from those eyes, from the colossal, terrifying presence. A sudden, blinding flash of reddish light erupted from the ridge above me. It wasn't just the eyes. A beam of focused, crimson energy sliced through the night, illuminating the trees below in a stark, terrifying glow. It swept across the forest, moving with astonishing speed, as if searching. My heart hammered. It was scanning. It was looking for me. I plunged into a thicket of dense underbrush, crawling on my hands and knees, tearing through thorns and branches, desperate to find cover from the sweeping beam. The metallic whine reached a crescendo, a sound that grated on my very bones. The red beam swept closer, painting the leaves above me in a blood-red hue. I could hear the crackle of energy, the low hum that accompanied it. It felt like being hunted by an ancient, invisible eye. Then the beam stopped. It paused for a split second, directly above my hiding spot, its light momentarily illuminating a cluster of leaves mere inches from my face. I held my breath, every muscle tense, my body screaming in silent terror. And then with a sound like tearing fabric, the beam shifted, not sweeping, but snapping sideways. A deafening crack echoed through the forest, followed by a shower of sparks and the smell of ozone. A tree directly to my left, less than 20 feet away, exploded. Not just broke, exploded. Its trunk splintered, branches disintegrated, and a cloud of smoking wood shards rained down, accompanied by a wave of heat. It was a weapon of unimaginable destructive power. My mind reeled. This wasn't just a creature. It was an instrument of destruction, and it had just fired. The metallic whine died down, replaced by the persistent, throbbing hum. The red eyes on the ridge above seemed to fixate on the smoldering remains of the tree. It wasn't targeting me with precision. It was testing, practicing, or simply demonstrating. I lay frozen, barely daring to breathe, my face pressed into the damp earth, smelling the rich scent of pine and the acrid stench of burnt wood. My body trembled uncontrollably. This was beyond anything I could have ever imagined. After what felt like an eternity, the humming began to fade. The red glow on the ridge slowly diminished, then disappeared entirely. The forest was plunged back into darkness, broken only by the faint starlight and the smoldering embers of the destroyed tree. I waited motionless, listening. The creature was gone, or at least it was no longer visible, no longer actively emitting energy from the ridge. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. I looked towards the destroyed tree. A gaping, smoking hole remained, a testament to the creature's power. The air around it shimmered with residual heat. I was alive. By some miracle, I was still alive. But Eagle's Roost was out of the question. The creature had found me there. It had shown me its power. My only option now was to try and put as much distance as possible between myself and that ridge, and that canyon, and that entire, impossible secret. I turned and stumbled back the way I came, not towards the cabin, but deeper into the forest, away from the ridge, away from the river, away from any recognizable landmark. I needed to hide, to disappear, to put myself beyond the reach of that thing. My mind was a jumble of terror and disbelief, a flying biomechanical creature, a hidden ancient structure, a river where there was none, and now a weapon that could atomize trees. The entire world felt like a flimsy stage, and I had just accidentally stumbled backstage to find the actual, terrifying reality. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap beneath a dense canopy of firs, far from any path or trail. The forest was utterly dark, silent save for the frantic drumming of my own heart. I pulled my jacket tighter, huddling into a ball, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow seemed to move. Every distant sound was the creature returning. I kept picturing those glowing red eyes, the immense, segmented body, the terrible, silent power it possessed. What was I going to do? I was alone, miles from help, with no way to communicate, and hunted by something that defied all understanding. My cabin, my sanctuary, was now a potential target. My parents, my friends, everyone I knew, were blissfully unaware of the ancient terror that had just awakened in their world. The small piece of debris, the one with the glyph, was still in my day bag. It was the only proof I had, a cold, heavy weight, a tangible link to the impossible. As the long, terrifying night wore on, punctuated by the rustle of unseen forest creatures and the distant, almost imperceptible rumble of the new river, a new, terrible thought began to form in my mind. The creature hadn't pursued me after destroying the tree. It hadn't come down from the ridge. It had simply stopped or moved on. Why? It was an intelligent being. Its movements, its observation, its testing of the weapon, it all pointed to a high level of cognition. So why let me go? Unless it wanted me to. Unless I was part of its plan, a witness, a messenger, or perhaps simply bait. The thought sent a fresh wave of icy terror through me, colder and more profound than anything that had come before. I wasn't just a terrified bystander anymore. I was an unwitting participant in something ancient and terrible, something that had been set in motion millennia ago, and I had just stumbled into its path. The first faint hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, a faint, pale gray against the blackness. The cold of the night seeped into my bones, but the fear within me was a colder, more pervasive chill. I was still alive, but I was no longer just a college kid on summer break. I was a secret keeper, a witness, and perhaps a pawn in a game I couldn't even begin to comprehend. My world, my understanding of reality, had been irrevocably shattered, and I was now a solitary figure, lost in a vast, indifferent wilderness with an ancient, alien terror unleashed upon it. I knew I couldn't stay hidden forever. The sun would rise, and with it, the creature might return. I had to move. I had to find a way to warn the world. But where to go? Back to the cabin. It was exposed, to Eagle's Roost, too dangerous, deeper into the wilderness. That felt like delaying the inevitable. I needed a plan, a desperate, impossible plan. My mind, despite its exhaustion and terror, began to churn, searching for an angle, a sliver of hope. I needed to get to a phone, a radio, anything. And I needed to do it without being vaporized by a flying, biomechanical, tree-destroying leviathan. My only real advantage was my knowledge of the land, my ability to move through it unseen. I was a ghost in these mountains, But how long would that last against something that could fly and detect me from afar? As the first rays of sunlight pierced the canopy, illuminating the forest floor in dappled light, I decided I would go back to the cabin. It was a risk, but it was my only base of operations, the only place I had any supplies or any semblance of a home. I needed to reevaluate, to recover, and to find some way to signal for help. If the creature was truly intelligent, it might assume I would flee further into the mountains, not return to the immediate vicinity. It was a gamble, but I had no other options. I would move carefully, stealthily, using the terrain to my advantage. I would rely on instinct, on years of growing up in these woods, and if I saw any sign of the creature, I would run as I had never run before. This was not a fight I could win. This was a race for survival, and the stakes were nothing less than the fate of the world. The hike back to the cabin was a masterclass in paranoia. Every shadow, every gust of wind, every distant rustle of leaves sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. My legs, already aching from the frantic descent from Eagle's Roost and the subsequent panicked flight, burned with a renewed intensity. I moved like a ghost, hugging the cover of dense pines, my eyes constantly flicking skyward, searching for any break in the canopy, any glimpse of that impossible silhouette. The headlamp, which had been a comfort earlier, now felt like a beacon, so I kept it off, relying on the faint starlight and my own night vision. The decision to return to the cabin felt both logical and utterly insane. It was home, yes, but it was also exposed. A small wooden box in a vast, open wilderness. Yet it held my last remaining supplies, my maps, my father's old camera. It was the only tangible link I had to my old life, and a necessary staging ground for whatever desperate plan I was about to concoct. I reasoned that the creature, if truly intelligent, might expect me to flee deeper into the mountains, away from any signs of human habitation. Returning might be a counterintuitive move it wouldn't anticipate, or it might be the last mistake I ever made. The distant rumble of the river was still audible, a faint, persistent reminder of the day's horrors. The acrid smell of burnt pine, a residue from the creature's weapon, occasionally drifted on the breeze, triggering fresh waves of nausea. My mind was a whirlwind of questions and terrifying possibilities. Was it still out there, flying silently above the peaks? Was it watching me? What if it was already at the cabin, waiting? Each step was deliberate, silent. I moved from tree to tree, my senses screaming. The hatchet, my pathetic excuse for a weapon, was gripped tightly in my raw hand, its cold steel a faint comfort against the overwhelming dread. I felt like prey, a mouse in a field stalked by an eagle. But this eagle was an ancient, biomechanical horror with glowing red eyes and a tree-vaporizing weapon. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the familiar outlines of the clearing appeared through the trees. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. I slowed, taking cover behind a massive fir, and peered out. The cabin stood silent, dark, and still. No glowing red eyes, no colossal, segmented body, just the comforting, familiar shape of home. A wave of exhaustion, so profound it nearly buckled my knees, washed over me. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to slow my racing pulse. It was empty, or at least it appeared empty. I moved with renewed caution, crossing the clearing in a low crouch, every muscle tensed, ready to bolt. The front door, a heavy slab of pine, was still latched from when I'd burst out. I fumbled with the key, my hands shaking so badly it took several attempts to get it into the lock. The click of the latch echoed loudly in the silence. I slipped inside, closing and locking the door behind me with a soft thud. The cabin plunged into total darkness, save for the faint slivers of starlight filtering through the single window. I leaned against the door, pressing my back against the rough wood, trying to catch my breath. The air inside was still and cool, carrying the faint, reassuring scent of pine and wood smoke. It was a haven, a temporary sanctuary. I fumbled for the kerosene lamp on the table, my hand still trembling, and lit it. The soft, warm glow pushed back the oppressive shadows, painting the small room in familiar amber hues. I surveyed the cabin, every detail now magnified by the new terror I carried within me. The worn couch, the stack of books, the small kitchen area, they all looked impossibly fragile, like props on a stage that could be swept away at any moment. My first priority was to check the perimeter. I moved to the window, cautiously pulling back the thin curtain. Nothing, only the familiar shapes of the trees swaying gently in the unseen breeze. I checked the back window, the same. No signs of forced entry, no disturbed ground around the cabin. It appeared untouched. But the creature could fly, and it had found me on Eagle's Roost. It was intelligent. Maybe it had simply observed me returning, deciding to wait or to let me stew in my own fear. The thought was chilling. I slumped onto the couch, running a hand through my sweat-soaked hair. I was utterly exhausted, physically and mentally. Sleep, however, was a luxury I couldn't afford. Not yet. I had to formulate a plan. The small piece of debris with the glyph was still in my day bag. I pulled it out, placing it on the wooden table under the lamp's glow. The inverted V with a crossbar. It seemed to pulse with a faint, internal significance. This was my proof, however flimsy. I needed to make contact. My immediate goal remained Eagle's Roost. It was still the highest point, the most likely place to catch a signal. But the creature had been there. It had deployed its weapon. Going back there now felt like a suicidal mission. What else? My dad's old CB radio. He had one, a battered, ancient thing he kept in the storage shed out back, mostly for weather reports or emergencies that might happen while he was working far out. It might have a wider range than my phone. It might be my only chance. The shed, it was a small, ramshackle structure about 50 feet behind the cabin, used for storing tools, firewood, and various odds and ends. Going out there in the dark, with the knowledge of what was lurking in the world, filled me with dread, but I had to try. I grabbed the hatchet again, and a powerful flashlight, its beam cutting a stark path through the darkness. Taking a deep breath, I unlatched the cabin door and slipped outside, closing it softly behind me. The night air was cold, crisp, and utterly silent. The stars were brilliant overhead, a million pinpricks of light in an indifferent cosmos. I moved quickly, my flashlight beam sweeping the ground, then the trees, then the sky. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every rustle of leaves sounded amplified. The short distance to the shed felt like an endless journey through a minefield. I reached the shed, my heart pounding. The old wooden door creaked ominously as I wrestled it open. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of sawdust, oil, and damp earth. I swept my flashlight beam across the cluttered shelves. There, tucked away in a dusty corner, was the CB radio, a bulky black box with an antenna. I grabbed it along with a stack of old batteries I found next to it. As I turned to leave, my flashlight beam caught something else, hanging from a peg on the wall, a pair of old, heavy-duty night vision goggles. My dad used them for spotting wildlife at night. They were bulky, old school, but maybe, just maybe, they would be useful. I grabbed those too, along with a pair of thick work gloves. My hands full, I hurried back to the cabin, slamming the shed door shut behind me, the sound echoing hollowly in the stillness. Once inside, I locked the cabin door, leaning against it again, exhaling slowly. That had been an ordeal. I placed the CB radio and goggles on the table next to the strange glyph rock. The radio was heavier than I remembered, a relic from a different era. I checked the batteries I'd found. They were dead, of course, but I remembered seeing a box of fresh D-cell batteries in the kitchen drawer. I rummaged through, found them, and quickly popped them into the radio. I fiddled with the knobs, the familiar static of an untuned radio filling the small room. I scanned through the channels, hoping for a voice, any voice, but there was nothing, only static, white noise, and the faint, distant rumble of the impossible river. The CB radio's range was better than a cell phone, but it was still limited, especially in these mountains. And unless someone was actively broadcasting within range, it was useless. My shoulders slumped in frustration, another dead end. I picked up the night vision goggles. They were heavy, bulky, strapped to a head harness. I put them on, adjusting the focus. The world outside the cabin window transformed into an eerie green landscape, shadows and shapes rendered in various shades of sickly emerald. I scanned the tree line, the clearing. Everything was illuminated, but with a strange, unnatural glow. No sign of the creature, no glowing red eyes, but the goggles only had a limited range. I took them off, rubbing my eyes. My options were dwindling. I had to get to Eagle's Roost. Despite the danger, it was still my best bet. The CB radio was a long shot, but the cell signal at Eagle's Roost was a certainty, or as much of a certainty as anything could be in this new, terrifying world. But I couldn't go there unarmed. The hatchet was useless. My rifle was gone. What about a deterrent, something that might slow it down, confuse it? I remembered my dad's old hunting flares. He kept them in a waterproof container, usually for signaling in emergencies. I'd grabbed the flare gun earlier, but not the actual flares. They were in a metal box under the floorboards near the wood stove. With renewed purpose, I lifted the loose floorboard. Inside, nestled amongst old newspapers and fire-starting materials, was a metal box. I opened it. Inside were half a dozen powerful red signal flares, along with a handful of loud, whistling bird scare cartridges. Not exactly a weapon against a biomechanical leviathan, but the flares might distract it, or at least give me a few precious seconds if it returned. The bird scare cartridges were just loud noise, but they might startle it, or at least mask my movements. I loaded the flare gun, tucked the additional flares and bird scares into a pouch in my bag, and then retrieved my dad's old film-based camera. If I could even get a blurry photo of the creature, it would be invaluable. My plan solidified. I would make another attempt at Eagle's Roost, but this time I would be even more cautious, using the night vision goggles to scan for the creature, and the flares as a desperate last resort. I would move under the cover of darkness, hoping it would be harder for the creature to spot me. But first, I needed a few hours of rest. My body was screaming for it, and I couldn't face another treacherous climb in my current state of exhaustion. I made a quick cold meal of granola bars and dried fruit, then brewed a strong pot of coffee on the wood stove. The warmth of the mug in my hands was comforting, but the caffeine did little to calm my frayed nerves. I decided to try and rest, not sleep, but rest. I pushed the couch against the door, barricading it as best I could. I pulled a thick blanket over myself, but kept the night vision goggles, flare gun, and hatchet within arm's reach. The glyphrock remained on the table, a silent, unsettling sentinel. The kerosene lamp, turned low, cast flickering shadows. I lay there, every sense on high alert, listening to the cabin's familiar creaks and groans, and the persistent, distant rumble of the river. My mind replayed the events of the day, the impossible creature, its glowing red eyes, the devastating power of its weapon. I had faced bears, mountain lions, even a grumpy moose in these woods, but nothing had prepared me for this. The creature's inaction nagged at me. Why had it let me go? Was it toying with me? Was I part of its plan? The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread through me. I was a messenger, a witness, a pawn. It fit with the idea that it had wanted me to see it, to understand its power. Hours passed in this agonizing vigil. I drifted in and out of a light, dream-laden haze, never fully sleeping, always aware. The world outside remained silent, except for the ceaseless river. Finally, a faint, almost imperceptible lightening of the eastern sky signaled the approach of dawn. The cabin's shadows began to soften, to recede. My body ached, my eyes felt gritty, but a new surge of grim determination settled in. I had to go. I drank the last of the cold coffee, packed my bag with everything I thought I'd need: water, food, map, compass, night vision goggles, flares, hatchet, and the old camera. The glyph rock, my physical proof, went into a padded pocket. Stepping outside, the morning air was crisp and clear. The rising sun painted the eastern sky in soft pastels, a stark contrast to the terror I carried within. The world looked beautiful, serene, alive. The hike to Eagle's Roost was, for me, usually a challenging but enjoyable climb. Today it was a terrifying gauntlet. I moved with agonizing slowness, my night vision goggles perched on my forehead, ready to be pulled down at a moment's notice. My eyes scanned the sky, the tree line, every potential hiding spot. The further I climbed, the more the terrain became familiar, and the more my memory of the creature's attack on the tree haunted me. I knew the general area where it had struck. I needed to avoid it, to circle widely around it if possible. The ascent was grueling, but the sense of urgency, of knowing what was at stake, kept me pushing forward. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I kept going, one careful step after another. As I neared the crest of the ridge, the site of the creature's previous appearance, I slowed my pace even further. I pulled down the night vision goggles, plunging the world into a green-tinged monochrome. The forest ahead, usually dense and dark, now glowed with an eerie light. Every branch, every rock, every clump of moss was rendered in vivid detail. I crept forward, my breath held, my ears straining for any sound beyond my own pounding heart. The constant thrumming I'd heard the previous night was gone. No red eyes, no metallic whine, only the silent, green world of the goggles. Then I saw it, the destroyed tree, or what was left of it. The goggles highlighted the raw, splintered edges of the trunk, the blackened, smoking hole where the center had been vaporized. The ground around it was scorched, bare, a violent scar in the otherwise pristine forest. It was even more devastating in person than I had imagined. The sheer power of that weapon was terrifying. I circled widely, keeping as much distance as possible, my eyes frantically scanning the surrounding area in the green light. The creature was gone. It hadn't left any other obvious signs of its presence. No tracks, no disturbed ground, nothing. It had simply appeared, fired, and vanished. I reached a rocky outcrop, slightly higher than where the creature had perched, offering a better, more secure vantage point. This was it. This was where I was most likely to catch a signal. I slowly removed the night vision goggles, allowing my eyes to adjust to the dim light of dawn. The sun was just beginning to peek over the eastern horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and pinks. I pulled out my phone. It was wet, covered in mud, and had a cracked screen from its tumble down the cliff. But after a few moments of frantic button pressing, it flickered to life. A weak signal, 1 bar, occasionally 2. It was enough. My fingers, stiff with cold and fear, fumbled with the keypad. I had to call someone. My parents, the Forest Service, 911. Who would believe me? I decided to try my parents first. They knew me. They knew this land. Maybe, just maybe, they would listen. Even if they thought I was crazy, they would know something was profoundly wrong. My heart hammered as I dialed my dad's number. It rang once, twice, my breath hitched, then a click. Hello, my dad's voice, rough with sleep, but undeniably his voice, was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. Dad, it's me. It's happened. You have to listen to me. Something incredible, something terrifying has happened. My voice was a choked, breathless gasp, words tumbling out in a torrent. Son, what the hell? Are you all right? You sound. What's going on? Where are you? His voice was sharp now, fully awake, filled with concern. I'm up at Eagle's Roost. I need you to listen, Dad. Please, there's a river in Dry Gulch, a new river. It just appeared, and then there's a structure. Massive, black, ancient. It was hidden, and something came out of it. A creature. A giant biomechanical creature, hundreds of feet long with red eyes, and it can fly, and it has a weapon, Dad. It destroyed a tree right by here. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. I could hear his slow, steady breathing, the distant sound of a truck passing. Son, he said, his voice slow, measured, are you hurt? Did you hit your head? You're not making any sense. A river in Dry Gulch, you know that's impossible. And a creature. No, Dad, I'm not hurt. I'm telling you the truth. I saw it. It's real. I have a piece of it with a symbol. It's coming from an ancient structure, like a lost city underground, and it's just been unleashed. It's moving downstream, Dad, towards the valley, towards people. Take a deep breath, son, he said, his voice still calm, but now with an underlying note of gentle disbelief. You're exhausted. You've been out in the woods too long by yourself. I told you not to go alone. The dismissiveness in his voice was a cold slap. Dad, please, you have to believe me. I know how it sounds, but I swear on Mom's life this is real. I'm looking at the hole where it vaporized a tree with a red energy beam. I'm not crazy. Another pause, longer this time. A red energy beam, son, I'm gonna call the sheriff. They can send someone up there, check on you. You need to come down from that ridge. You're scaring me. No, don't call the sheriff. They won't believe me. They'll think I'm crazy. You have to tell them. You have to tell everyone. This thing is huge, it's ancient, and it's dangerous. It could level a town. My voice was rising, bordering on hysteria. I'm coming up there, son. I'll be there as fast as I can. You stay put. Don't move. I'm calling your mother, and then I'm getting in the truck. No, Dad, you don't understand. It's flying. It could be anywhere. It saw me. It could be waiting for you. It's heading downstream towards the Blackfoot River. Just stay put, okay? I'm on my way, and I'm going to call your mother and the Forest Service. They can send a ranger. They'll know what to do. The line crackled, then went dead. My signal, weak as it was, had cut out. I stared at the phone, a leaden weight in my hand. He didn't believe me, not really. He thought I was having a breakdown, a wilderness hallucination. Calling the sheriff and the Forest Service would only lead to a search and rescue mission for a delusional kid, not an investigation into a cosmic horror. They would never get to the truth in time. My heart sank, my only connection to the outside world, and it had been useless. He'd be here in a few hours, probably with a ranger, and they'd find a kid babbling about alien monsters and vaporized trees. I had to get real proof, something undeniable. My eyes fell on the old film camera. It was my last hope. I didn't know how to use it well, but it was simple enough. Point and shoot. But what would I photograph? The destroyed tree. It looked like a very large tree had been struck by lightning. The glyph rock. It looked like a rock with a strange carving. Neither was enough. I needed the creature. My stomach churned. The idea of deliberately seeking out that thing after everything I'd seen was pure madness. But I had no other choice. If I didn't get undeniable proof, no one would believe me. And if no one believed me, then that thing would reach civilization, unimpeded, and the consequences would be catastrophic. I had to reevaluate my plan. Eagle's Roost was now compromised. My dad was coming, which was both a relief and a terrifying complication. He was walking into a situation he couldn't possibly comprehend. I needed to intercept him, to warn him face to face, or at least guide him to a safer location. But I also needed to find the creature. I looked at the topographical map again, spread out on the rock. My dad would be coming up the main logging road, which passed about 3 miles south of the cabin. It was a well-maintained gravel road, accessible to vehicles. He would park at the trailhead, then hike the remaining 2 miles to the cabin. I could meet him at the trailhead, explain everything, and show him the glyph rock. Maybe seeing the state I was in would convince him, but that would take time, and the creature was still out there, flying downstream. What if I could find the creature before my dad arrived, get a picture, then rush to meet him? It was a suicidal thought, but a desperate one. I pulled out my night vision goggles. The sun was rising, rendering them less useful, but they still had a faint capability even in low light. I would need to move fast. I descended from Eagle's Roost, not towards the cabin, but west, trying to skirt the deeper sections of Dry Gulch. I aimed for a series of high ridges that overlooked the wider valley, hoping to spot the creature from a distance. My logic was simple. It was moving downstream, towards populated areas. It would likely continue to follow the valley, or at least survey it from above. The trek was brutal. My exhaustion was profound. My muscles screamed, but fear and a desperate sense of responsibility propelled me forward. I moved through dense forest, over rocky outcrops, constantly scanning the sky, holding the old film camera ready. The sun climbed higher, warming the air, making the world seem normal. But it wasn't. The distant rumble of the river was a constant reminder. Hours blurred into a grueling march. I ate granola bars on the move, sipped water, pushed through the pain. My eyes were gritty, my head throbbed. I felt like I was running on fumes, but I couldn't stop. Then, just as the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of gold and orange, I reached a particularly high exposed ridge. It offered a panoramic view of the valley below, stretching for miles towards the south and west. I pulled out my binoculars, scanning the distant landscape. The new river, now a broad, churning waterway, was clearly visible, cutting its path through the valley. Ranches, small clusters of houses, and the faint, winding ribbons of roads were visible in the distance. And beyond that, the hazy outlines of a small town. My heart pounded. Was it there? Had it already reached civilization? I swept the binoculars across the sky, slowly, meticulously. And then I saw it. Far, far in the distance, a tiny dark speck against the brilliant setting sun. It was barely visible, a shimmering distortion in the heat haze, but its shape was unmistakable. The sleek, segmented body, the impossibly graceful flight. It was still moving, and it was much closer to the town now. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. It was too late. I was too far. My dad was still hours away. But then the creature changed direction. Instead of continuing directly towards the town, it angled sharply north towards a cluster of high, jagged peaks. It wasn't retreating, nor was it making a direct beeline for the town. It was veering off course. Why was it surveying a different area? Was it looking for something specific? My mind raced. It was still far, but it was moving away from the immediate threat of population. It was heading towards more remote, mountainous terrain. This was my chance. If it was moving into less populated areas, I might be able to get closer, get a picture. I pulled out the old camera, my hands shaking. The light was fading fast. This was a long shot, but it was my only shot. I needed to anticipate its path. I studied the map. The creature was heading towards the Sentinel Peaks, a range of incredibly rugged, isolated mountains, even more remote than Dry Gulch. There was nothing there. No towns, no roads, only sheer rock and deep canyons. Why would it go there? Unless there was something else there, another structure, a rendezvous point. I decided to try and cut it off. There was a treacherous, little-known game trail that led directly towards the Sentinel Peaks, a shortcut that would shave miles off the journey compared to going around the base of the mountains. It was dangerous, notoriously difficult, and almost never used, but it was my fastest route. The light was fading rapidly now, the last vestiges of twilight replaced by the deep indigo of early night. I activated my headlamp, its beam cutting a narrow path through the deepening gloom. I began my descent from the ridge, pushing my exhausted body to its limits. The game trail was even worse than I remembered. It was steep, overgrown, and riddled with loose rock. I slipped, stumbled, and scraped myself countless times, but I kept going, driven by the image of that dark, impossible shape against the setting sun. Hours passed in a blur of pain and relentless forward motion. The air grew colder, the forest denser. The distant rumble of the river was long gone, replaced by the hoot of owls and the rustle of unseen creatures. By the time I reached the foothills of the Sentinel Peaks, I was utterly spent. My muscles screamed, my throat was raw, and my eyes were burning. But I was here. I had to find a vantage point. I began to climb, pushing myself up a steep, rocky slope, searching for a place to observe. The night vision goggles were constantly in use, sweeping the jagged, dark peaks above. And then I saw it, not the creature, not yet, but something else. A faint, intermittent glow, high up on one of the most prominent peaks, deep within a narrow, inaccessible canyon. It was small, barely perceptible, but it was undeniably there. A pulsating light, almost like a distant, flickering campfire, but with a strange, unnatural regularity. My heart leaped into my throat. The creature had been heading this way. Was this its destination? Was this another hidden structure? I pulled out the binoculars, adjusting the focus. The light grew clearer, pulsing with a slow, deliberate rhythm. It wasn't a fire. It was too cold, too regular. It was an internal light source, emanating from deep within the rock face of the canyon. Then through the binoculars, as I zoomed in, I saw the outlines of something else, something massive, something that looked impossibly familiar. Another wall of seamless black monolithic stone, rising hundreds of feet into the sky, integrated into the natural rock, just like the one in Dry Gulch. And it too had a breach. A gaping, jagged maw in its lower section, from which that faint, internal light now pulsed. My breath hitched. Another one, a second structure, and the creature was likely heading there. I had stumbled upon a whole network of these impossible constructs. The creature's movement, its deviation from the populated areas, suddenly made horrifying sense. It wasn't aimlessly exploring, it was moving from one point to another, connecting. I pulled out the old camera, my hands shaking. The light was faint, the distance immense, but I had to try. I aimed, steadying my trembling hands, and clicked the shutter. The old camera whirred, the flash a blinding pop in the darkness. It was a long shot, probably just a blurry dot, but it was something. As I lowered the camera, a new sound reached me. Not the thrumming, not the whine. A faint, high-pitched screech echoing through the canyons. It was distant, but filled with a raw, primal power. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just a creature. There was more than one, or it was a different sound from the same creature. But the sound was raw, almost biological, full of ancient fury. I scanned the peaks again, my night vision goggles pressed to my face. The green world pulsed with menace. The light from the second structure was still there, but now, above it, I saw a faint, dark shape. It was the creature, landing or taking off. It was hard to tell in the dim light. Its segmented body, briefly visible against the dark rock, was a terrifying silhouette. Then another flash of light, this time from the structure itself, deep within the breach. It was brighter, a quick, intense burst of crimson, followed by a shower of sparks that rained down the cliff face. And then the light died. The structure was dark. The creature was gone, swallowed by the impossible blackness of the breach. Silence descended, heavy and absolute, broken only by the distant, echoing screech, which now sounded like a mournful wail. My mind reeled, two structures, a network, and at least one creature, maybe more. This was not a localized anomaly. This was something far, far greater. I had to get this information out. Now, my dad was probably hiking towards the cabin, unaware of the colossal danger that was unfolding around him. I checked my phone again. No signal. Of course not. This area was even more remote than Eagle's Roost. My only option was to head back towards a place where I could get a signal. But where? Not Eagle's Roost, not the cabin. Both were now too dangerous or too exposed. I needed to find higher ground, but somewhere safe, somewhere I wouldn't be instantly targeted. I studied the map again, desperately searching for another vantage point, another high ridge that might offer both cover and a signal. My finger traced the contour lines, my mind a storm of fear and frantic calculation. Then a thought, the old fire lookout tower. It was miles away, southwest of my current position, deep in the national forest. It was abandoned, usually locked, but it was high. It offered a panoramic view, and it had a dedicated radio antenna, even if the radio itself was probably defunct. But an antenna could boost a weak signal, and its height might be enough. It was a long shot, but it was my only remaining option for communication. The journey would be arduous, easily a full day's hike, maybe more, through incredibly rugged, unfamiliar terrain, with the knowledge that this ancient, alien menace was now fully awake and active. I descended from the Sentinel Peaks, my body protesting with every step. The distant screech echoed in my mind. This wasn't just a monster. This was a force, a system, and I had stumbled into its operations. I moved with renewed purpose, fueled by a terrifying new understanding. This wasn't just about me anymore. This was about warning the world, about preventing a global catastrophe. As the sun fully rose, illuminating the jagged peaks in stark relief, I set my course, southwest, towards the fire lookout tower. The day was a relentless march through dense forest and treacherous ravines. My exhaustion was profound, but the images of the black structures, the flying creature, and the echoing screech kept me pushing forward. I kept the night vision goggles ready, constantly scanning the sky, expecting to see that dark shape at any moment. I ate sparingly, drank from streams, and pushed my body to its absolute limits. Every rustle in the trees, every snap of a twig made me jump. I felt hunted, a tiny speck in a vast, indifferent wilderness, pursued by something ancient and incomprehensible. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in deep purples and oranges, I knew I couldn't make it to the lookout tower by nightfall. I needed to find a safe place to rest, to gather my strength for the final push. I found a small hidden cave, barely more than an overhang, tucked away behind a thick cluster of firs. It offered some protection from the elements and hopefully from unseen eyes. I crawled inside, pulling my pack close, the hatchet gripped in my hand. The glyph rock, still in my bag, felt like a burning coal against my side. It was a physical link to this unfolding nightmare, a constant reminder of the impossible reality I now inhabited. I huddled in the cave, trying to rest, but sleep was impossible. The fear was a cold, gnawing presence. The metallic scent, like ozone and ancient earth, seemed to cling to my clothes, a phantom reminder of the creature's presence. As the long night wore on, punctuated by the hoot of owls and the distant cries of unseen predators, my mind turned to my dad. Was he at the cabin? Had the ranger come? Were they looking for me? And what would they find? I imagined them at the cabin, baffled, calling the local authorities, who would probably dismiss my story about alien monsters and vaporized trees as a wilderness-induced delusion. The thought was a cold, hard knot in my gut. My dad, bless his stubborn heart, would hike that 2 miles from the logging road, probably whistling some old tune, completely unaware that the world had just changed. He'd expect to find his exhausted, slightly hysterical son, not a gateway to an ancient alien horror. He'd try to calm me down, maybe even laugh gently at my wild stories, and then he'd probably call the local ranger, who would undoubtedly arrive with a tranquilizer dart instead of a tactical squad. I had to get to that fire lookout tower. It was my last, desperate hope. The small cave, barely more than an overhang, offered meager protection. The cold seeped into my bones, a physical manifestation of the dread that permeated every cell of my body. My muscles screamed, my head throbbed, and my eyelids felt like sandpaper. Sleep was a distant, unreachable luxury. Every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me, my imagination conjuring glowing red eyes and immense, segmented limbs in the shadows. I pulled out the glyph rock from my bag, tracing the inverted V with a crossbar with a trembling finger. It was cold, unnaturally smooth, a tangible piece of the impossible. This was my proof, however insufficient, but it needed context, a story, a witness, and I was both. As the first faint light of pre-dawn began to bleed into the eastern sky, painting the ragged peaks in pale gray, I forced myself to move. My body protested, every joint aching, every muscle screaming, but my will was absolute. I had to go. I had to warn them. I checked my supplies, a few granola bars, a half-empty water bottle, the map, compass, night vision goggles, flare gun, and the hatchet. The old film camera, with its single, potentially useless shot of a distant, blurry light, was tucked safely away. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. Stepping out of the cave, the morning air was sharp and cold, biting at my exposed skin. The forest was still expectant, waiting for the full arrival of the sun. I moved cautiously, every sense on high alert, scanning the tree line, the sky. The sentinel peaks loomed behind me, silent now, their secrets once again swallowed by the vastness of the wilderness. The trek to the fire lookout tower was a brutal test of endurance. It was a journey I had planned countless times in my mind, a route I knew generally, but had never actually hiked in its entirety. It would take me through some of the most remote and challenging terrain in this corner of Montana. The first few hours were a relentless uphill battle through dense, unforgiving forest. The ground was often treacherous, covered in loose scree and tangled roots, forcing me to watch every step. The sun climbed higher, beating down through the canopy, and I quickly became slick with sweat. My water supply dwindled faster than I anticipated. I kept the night vision goggles close, pulling them down periodically to scan the higher ridges and the distant sky. Nothing. The world seemed eerily normal, the silence punctuated only by birdsong and the buzzing of insects. But I knew better. I knew what lurked beneath the surface of this manufactured peace. My mind replayed the sound of that terrifying screech from the Sentinel Peaks. It was a raw, primal sound, unlike anything I had heard from the first creature. Was it another entity, or a different aspect of the same one? The sheer scale of what I had uncovered, the possibility of multiple such beings, multiple hidden structures, was almost too much to bear. By mid-morning, I reached a high plateau, offering a brief respite from the relentless climb. From here, I could see for miles, a vast expanse of rolling hills, deep valleys, and distant, snow-capped peaks. I pulled out my binoculars, sweeping the horizon, meticulously searching for any sign of movement, any flicker of red light, any dark, impossible shape against the azure sky. Nothing. The absence of the creature was almost as unnerving as its presence. Where was it? Was it still within the second structure? Or had it moved on, a silent, unseen menace heading towards some unknown destination? The thought that it might have already reached a town, that it might be unleashing its terrible power on unsuspecting people, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I pushed it down. I couldn't afford to lose focus. I pressed on, descending into a steep, rocky canyon, the path becoming increasingly difficult. The heat of the day was stifling, and the gnats, attracted by my sweat, became an infuriating distraction. My water bottle was now completely empty. My throat was dry, my lips cracked, but I dared not stop to find a stream. Every minute counted. As I scrambled over a particularly large boulder, my foot slipped on a patch of loose shale. I pitched forward, falling hard, my shoulder slamming against the sharp edge of the rock. A searing pain shot through me, and I cried out, a raw, involuntary sound. I lay there for a moment, gasping, the wind knocked out of me, the pain a white-hot agony. My shoulder throbbed, and when I carefully felt it, a sharp, sickening crunch confirmed my worst fears. Something was dislocated, or worse, broken. Panic, cold and nauseating, began to set in. I was miles from anywhere, injured, dehydrated, and pursued by an impossible monster. This was it. This was where it ended. I forced myself to breathe, to focus. I couldn't give up, not now, not when so much was at stake. With immense difficulty, I managed to sit up, leaning my back against the rock. My right arm, the one with the injured shoulder, hung uselessly at my side, a dead weight. Every movement sent a fresh wave of agony through me. I fumbled with my left hand, pulling out the first aid kit from my bag. It contained basic supplies, bandages, antiseptic wipes, some pain relievers. I found a roll of medical tape and with painstaking effort managed to fashion a makeshift sling for my arm, using my t-shirt and the tape. The relief was minimal, but it kept my arm from jostling, making the pain slightly more manageable. The fall had jarred my bag open, and some of my precious supplies had tumbled out. I scrambled to gather them, my good hand moving slowly, painfully. The glyph rock, the old camera, the flare gun, all accounted for. My water bottle, however, was nowhere to be seen. It must have bounced further down the slope. Despair threatened to overwhelm me. No water, a broken arm, miles to go, but then a flicker of resolve. My dad's voice, a phantom in my head, never give up, son. The mountains demand respect, but they also reward persistence. I stood up, wincing, my legs trembling. Every step was a trial, a testament to sheer willpower. I pushed on, favoring my left side, moving slower now, but moving nonetheless. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the western sky in fiery oranges and purples, a stark reminder of the approaching night. My thirst became a torment, my mouth dry, my tongue thick. My vision blurred at the edges, and I stumbled more frequently. I knew I needed water, and soon. I checked the map again, searching for any indication of a stream, a spring, anything. There was a small, unnamed creek marked about a mile ahead in a deeper ravine. It was off my direct path to the lookout tower, but it was my only hope. I changed course, the faint hope of water driving me forward. The descent into the ravine was treacherous, made even more so by my injury and exhaustion. Shadows lengthened, making the footing difficult, and the air grew cool and damp. Finally, just as the last vestiges of twilight began to fade, I heard it, the faint, unmistakable gurgle of running water. Relief so potent it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. I pushed through a thicket of willows, and there it was, a narrow, clear stream bubbling over smooth stones. I collapsed beside it, plunging my face into the icy water, drinking deeply, desperately, until my stomach ached. The cold water was a shock, but it was glorious, washing away some of the grime and much of the dehydration. I refilled my water bottle, then poured some over my throbbing shoulder, hoping the cold would reduce the swelling. As I rested by the stream, trying to regain some strength, a new thought struck me, chilling me to the bone. The creature, the metallic scent, the ozone. I had smelled it before, faint but distinct. I had dismissed it as a phantom of my terror. But now, as I sat by the stream, something in the air felt different. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like distant static electricity, seemed to permeate the cool, damp air. It was subtle, barely there, but my heightened senses, sharpened by fear and exhaustion, picked it up. I froze, every muscle tensed, my head tilting. The forest sounds, the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, seemed to recede, replaced by an oppressive silence. Then from somewhere high above, a faint, rhythmic thrum. My blood turned to ice. It was back, or it was here. I fumbled for the night vision goggles, pulling them down with my left hand, plunging the world into an eerie green. I scanned the sky, the tree line, frantically searching. The thrumming grew louder, more resonant, vibrating through the very ground beneath me. It was above me, somewhere in the jagged peaks that formed the walls of the ravine. And then I saw it. High above, a colossal dark shape, visible only as a deeper shadow against the pre-dawn sky, silhouetted against the still dark eastern horizon. Its form was unmistakable, the sleek, segmented body, the multiple limbs folded tight against its body. And then, as it shifted, two faint, glowing red points began to appear, like distant coals in the night. It wasn't flying, it was perched, on one of the highest, most inaccessible peaks overlooking the entire ravine, watching, waiting. My breath hitched in my throat. It had found me, or it had been waiting for me. This wasn't a coincidence. This was deliberate. The creature didn't move. It simply observed, its red eyes burning with an ancient, terrifying intelligence. The low thrum emanated from it, a powerful, resonant hum that filled the air, rattling my teeth, vibrating through my injured body. I pressed myself into the shadows of the willows, trying to become invisible, trying to disappear. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. The hatchet felt like a feather. The flare gun felt like a toy. It knew I was there. It had to. Its gaze, those glowing red eyes, seemed to pierce through the darkness, through the cover of the trees, directly at my terrified form. Then a new sound cutting through the thrumming, a series of faint, high-frequency clicks and pulses, echoing and distorting in the canyon. It wasn't a roar of anger, but something far more chilling, a sound of analysis, of assessment. It was searching. It was aware. My mind raced, trying to understand. Why wasn't it attacking? Why was it just watching? Was it part of the same cruel game, the same manipulation it had enacted before? Then the red eyes seemed to narrow, the thrumming intensified, and from its colossal form, a series of subtle openings along its jawline began to glow with a faint, internal crimson light. The metallic whine, the same piercing, unnerving note I had heard before, began to rise. Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. It was going to fire, again, and this time I was the target. I scrambled backwards, my injured arm useless, my legs screaming in protest, pushing myself deeper into the thicket of willows, trying to find any scrap of cover. Loose stones rained down around me as I moved, disrupting the silence. The whine reached a peak, almost painful in its intensity, and then with a sudden, sharp crack it stopped. The thrumming also ceased. The red glow from its jawline openings vanished. For a split second, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. Then a blinding flash of crimson light erupted from the creature. Not a beam this time, but a diffuse, powerful pulse, illuminating the entire ravine in a stark, terrifying red. It was a wave of pure energy, silent but immense, that washed over the landscape. My eyes squeezed shut, my arms instinctively came up to shield my face, even my injured one. I felt a sudden, intense wave of heat, a strange, tingling sensation, and then a profound sense of emptiness. Not pain, not destruction, just an utter, crushing absence. When I finally dared to open my eyes, the world was plunged back into darkness, the red glow gone. My night vision goggles had been blown off my head by the force of the pulse, lying shattered on the ground. I looked up at where the creature had been perched. It was gone. The peak was empty, a dark, silent silhouette against the now lightening sky. No smoldering trees, no scorched earth, no sign of any physical impact. My mind reeled. What had just happened? It wasn't a weapon like before. It was something else, something non-physical. I touched my face, my arms. No burns, no injuries. My clothes were intact. Yet the feeling of that pulse, that crushing emptiness, was indelible. It was like a silent scream that resonated deep within my soul. I picked up the shattered night vision goggles, their lenses cracked, their internal mechanisms clearly destroyed. Whatever that pulse was, it was an EMP or something akin to it, an electromagnetic wave of immense power. It had fried the goggles. It had probably fried my phone as well, even though it wasn't on at the time. My heart sank. My phone, my last hope of communication, was likely dead. I fumbled for it in my pocket, pulling it out. The screen was black, no flicker of life. I pressed the power button repeatedly. Nothing. It was a useless brick. Despair threatened to consume me. No phone, no working radio, no way to contact anyone. My father, likely on his way, still oblivious. The lookout tower, now miles away, felt like an impossible dream. The creature hadn't attacked me physically. It had delivered a silent, invisible strike, a disabling blow. It had cut me off. It had ensured my isolation. This confirmed my darkest suspicion. It was intelligent. It was deliberate. It had allowed me to call my dad, knowing the signal would cut out. It had allowed me to get this far, only to cut me off at the crucial moment. It was playing a game, a terrifying, ancient game, and I was its pawn. The sun began to crest the eastern peaks, washing the ravine in golden light. The world looked beautiful, serene, utterly oblivious to the silent terror that had just unfolded. I pulled out the old film camera. It was mechanical, old school. It might still work. I clicked the shutter. It whirred, the flash popped. It was still functional. But what good was a camera without a clear target? I had to keep moving. The fire lookout tower was still my only chance. Even without a working phone, the tower itself, with its height and antenna, might offer some way to signal. A mirror flash, a flare, anything. With renewed, desperate resolve, I pushed myself up, favoring my injured arm. The thirst was gone, replaced by a deep, bone-weary exhaustion and the profound chill of hopelessness. But I had to try. I had to keep going. The ascent out of the ravine was agonizingly slow, each step a testament to my failing strength. The sun beat down, relentlessly, and my thirst returned with a vengeance. My injured shoulder throbbed, a constant, dull ache that permeated my entire body. As I finally clawed my way out of the ravine and onto the next ridge, I paused, gasping for breath, my vision blurring. The world spun around me. I leaned heavily against a pine, trying to clear my head. I looked at the map again, my eyes scanning the distance. The fire lookout tower, a tiny square with a flagpole symbol, still looked impossibly far. I had made progress, but not enough. I wouldn't make it before nightfall, not at this pace. And then I saw it, or thought I saw it. A faint wisp of smoke, far in the distance, rising from the direction of the logging road near where my dad would have parked. It was faint, barely visible against the pale sky, but it was there. My heart leaped. Had my dad arrived? Was he signaling, or was it something else? A fresh surge of adrenaline, cold and sharp, cut through my exhaustion. I had to know. I had to find out. My initial plan was to reach the lookout tower, but now my dad was a new, immediate variable. If that creature was indeed playing a game, manipulating me, then my dad, my family, might now be part of its cruel equation. I had to intercept him, or at least find out what that smoke meant. I changed course again, veering southeast towards the logging road. It was miles out of my way from the lookout tower, taking me back towards the general vicinity of my cabin, but my dad was a more pressing concern. I couldn't leave him walking into this blind. The hike towards the logging road was brutal. The terrain was less mountainous, but still dense forest, and my body was at its breaking point. My arm throbbed relentlessly, and my dehydration was returning. The sun was now high, directly overhead, beating down mercilessly. I pushed myself, fueled by a terrifying cocktail of fear for my father and a desperate need for answers. Every step was a battle. I kept my eyes on the distant plume of smoke, which seemed to grow slightly larger, slightly darker, as I stumbled closer. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached a familiar landmark, an old, overgrown logging track that branched off the main gravel road. It was only about a mile from the trailhead where my dad would park. I crept along the track, moving with stealth despite my pain and exhaustion. The air here was still and heavy, and a strange, faint smell permeated it. Not ozone, not ancient earth, something else. Something metallic and bitter, like burnt electronics, mixed with something organic. The smoke was much clearer now, rising in a thin, dark column from the direction of the trailhead. It didn't look like a campfire. It looked more like a smoldering wreckage. My heart began to pound with a sickening dread. I reached the end of the logging track, emerging onto the wider, main gravel road. I stopped, hidden behind a thick clump of firs, and peered out. The scene before me stole my breath, chilling me to the bone. It wasn't a campfire, it was a truck, my dad's truck, or what was left of it. It lay on its side, a twisted, blackened wreck, still smoldering faintly. The metal was buckled, warped, melted in places, as if it had been subjected to immense heat. The tires were fused to the chassis. It looked like it had been hit by a bomb or something far worse. And nearby, scattered on the gravel, were fragments of shattered glass, twisted pieces of metal, and dark, charred patches on the earth. But there was no sign of my dad, no sign of the ranger, no sign of anyone. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just an accident. This was an attack. And then I saw it, or rather, I heard it. A faint, high-frequency clicking sound coming from the tree line directly across the road, a few hundred yards away. It was subtle, almost swallowed by the sounds of the wilderness, but it was there, and it was familiar. The creature. My eyes snapped to the tree line. Nothing, only the dense, dark green of the pines, but the clicking continued, a rhythmic, almost inquisitive sound. It was here. It had been waiting. It had intercepted my father. And then I saw it, not the creature itself, but a ripple, a distortion in the air, a shimmering effect moving subtly through the trees, a deeper blackness against the already dark interior of the forest. It was almost invisible, but I knew what I was seeing. It was cloaked. My mind shattered. Not only could it fly, vaporize trees, disable electronics, and coordinate its movements, but it could also become invisible. This thing was beyond anything I could have ever conceived. The clicking intensified, a deliberate, analytical rhythm. It was watching me. It had known I would come. My dad, where was he? I wanted to scream, to run, to charge into the trees, but I knew it was futile. I was injured, unarmed, and facing something that could disappear at will. Then, from the direction of the invisible creature, a faint, almost melodic hum began to emanate. It wasn't the aggressive thrum from before or the piercing whine of its weapon. This was different, a softer, almost inviting sound, yet laced with a profound, unsettling power. And then a figure emerged from the tree line, walking slowly, deliberately, towards the wreckage of the truck. It wasn't the creature, it was a man. He was tall, lean, dressed in a standard forest ranger uniform, but his movements were stiff, unnatural, almost robotic. His head was tilted slightly to the side, and his eyes, visible even from this distance, seemed distant, unfocused. My blood ran cold. It was the ranger my dad had called, but he wasn't right, he was controlled. As he reached the wreckage, the ranger knelt, running a gloved hand over the melted metal of the truck. The soft, melodic hum intensified slightly, seeming to emanate from the ranger himself or from the invisible creature guiding him. Then the ranger slowly, deliberately turned his head, his eyes, lifeless and empty, fixed directly on my hiding spot. It knew I was there. It had known all along. The clicking intensified, accompanied by a faint, internal thump-thump from the direction of the cloaked creature. It was observing my reaction. It was testing me. I gripped the hatchet, my knuckles white, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by a fear so profound it bordered on awe. The ranger began to walk slowly, stiffly, towards my hiding place. His movements were precise, unhurried, like a puppet on invisible strings. His eyes, still empty, remained fixed on me. I had to move. I had to do something. My dad, where was he? The melodic hum grew louder, more insistent, as the ranger closed the distance. It was a siren song, luring me, drawing me out of the shadows. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I fumbled for the flare gun with my good hand, pulling it from my bag. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but I had to try. I had to create a diversion. I raised the gun, aiming not at the ranger, but at the general direction of the invisible creature, where the clicking and thumping were strongest. With a loud bang, the flare ignited, launching upwards with a fiery whoosh, painting the midday sky in a brilliant streak of crimson. It soared high above the trees, erupting into a dazzling red star that hung suspended in the air, casting a lurid, impossible glow over the scene. The effect was instantaneous. The ranger stopped dead in his tracks, his head snapping upwards, his vacant eyes momentarily drawn to the blinding light. The melodic hum faltered, breaking its rhythm. And the invisible creature, startled by the sudden light, seemed to shimmer, its cloak momentarily disrupted. For a split second, I saw its outline, a colossal, segmented form, dark and vast, partially visible against the trees before it vanished again. It was enough. It was my chance. With a primal scream, a mixture of terror and fury, I turned and plunged back into the dense underbrush, running as fast as my injured body would allow. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The forest swallowed me whole, a maze of shadows and tangled branches. I ran blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the pain in my shoulder, the thorns tearing at my skin. Behind me, I heard a sharp, metallic crack, followed by the sound of splintering wood. The creature had fired, not at me, but at the flare, or perhaps as a warning. The ground trembled with the impact. I didn't stop. I just kept running, putting as much distance as possible between myself and that terrifying road, that burning truck, that controlled ranger, and that cloaked, unseen leviathan. My mind raced. My dad. What had happened to him? Was he gone? Was he controlled? The thought was a chilling, soul-crushing dread. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out beneath me, and I collapsed in a heap beneath a thick cluster of firs. I lay there, gasping, shaking uncontrollably. The image of the burning truck and the vacant-eyed ranger burned into my mind. The faint, rhythmic thump-thump of the creature, now distant, still echoed in the oppressive silence. It was out there, and it was coming. I pulled out the old film camera, my hands still trembling. I had to get proof. I had to. I needed to find a safe place, a place to gather my thoughts, to plan my next move. The fire lookout tower. It was still my only hope for communication, for warning the world. But it was miles away, through hostile territory, and my body was at its breaking point. As the sun began to dip below the western peaks, casting long, ominous shadows across the forest floor, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to the logging road. I couldn't face that horror again. I had to press on, towards the tower, despite my injuries, despite my exhaustion. It was my only way out, my only way to fight back. I would move through the night, using the cover of darkness, relying on instinct and desperation. I had to reach that tower. I had to warn someone. But as I stumbled to my feet, bracing my injured arm, a new terrible thought began to form in my mind. The creature had allowed me to flee. It had let me go, twice. It had disabled my phone, but it hadn't killed me. It hadn't even truly attacked me, not directly. Unless it wanted me to reach the tower. Unless I wasn't just a pawn. Unless I was a messenger, a carrier, a signal. The thought sent a fresh wave of icy terror through me, colder and more profound than anything that had come before. What if it wasn't trying to stop me from communicating? What if it was using me to communicate itself, to spread something, a message, a signal, a virus? My blood ran cold. The implications were horrifying. I was carrying the glyph rock, my only piece of proof. Was it more than just a souvenir? Was it a beacon, a tracker? I stopped dead in my tracks, my eyes wide with dawning horror. I ripped my bag open, frantically searching for the rock. I pulled it out, staring at the inverted V with a crossbar. It was cold, heavy, unsettling. What if this wasn't proof? What if it was a seed, a fragment of the creature or its technology designed to be carried to spread its influence? I gripped the rock, a burning question in my mind. Do I throw it away? Do I keep it? It was my only tangible evidence. But what if it was also my undoing? As twilight deepened, painting the sky in deep indigo hues, I stood there, utterly alone in the vast, indifferent wilderness, holding a piece of impossible mystery in my hand, haunted by the vacant eyes of the controlled ranger and the silent, cloaked presence of an ancient, alien leviathan. My path was clear, but the nature of my mission had just twisted into something far more insidious. I was no longer just running for my life. I was running with a terrifying burden, a potential tool of the very enemy I sought to escape. The fate of the world, it seemed, rested on my exhausted, injured shoulders and on the terrifying secret I now carried. The cold weight of the glyph rock in my trembling hand was a visceral reminder of the impossible burden I carried. Every instinct screamed at me to cast it away, to sever this tangible link to the horror. But what if it was my only proof? What if discarding it was exactly what the creature wanted? To silence me, to leave me with no evidence, no way to convince a skeptical world. My mind, already a tattered tapestry of fear and exhaustion, spiraled into a vortex of paranoia. Was the rock a tracker, drawing the creature to me, or was it a message, a key that only I could deliver? The choice was impossible, paralyzing. As the last sliver of twilight bled from the sky, plunging the forest into deep, oppressive darkness, I made a desperate compromise. I wouldn't throw it away, not yet, but I wouldn't keep it on my person either. I found a small, tight crevice in the rough bark of a towering pine just above my head. With my good hand, I carefully wedged the cold, heavy rock into the crack, camouflaging it with a handful of loose moss and pine needles. It was still there, within reach, but no longer a burning weight against my side. A small, irrational comfort. Now my mission, the Fire Lookout Tower, miles away, through a gauntlet of unknown dangers, with my body screaming in protest and my mind teetering on the edge of collapse. But it was my only hope, my only way to sound the alarm. I pushed myself to my feet, bracing my injured shoulder, the pain a dull throb that had become a constant companion. The forest was a black maw, silent and watchful. I pulled out my headlamp, its beam a weak, narrow spear against the impenetrable darkness, and started walking. Every step was a battle. My legs felt like lead, my lungs burned, and my throat was raw with thirst. I rationed the last few drops of water in my bottle, sipping just enough to wet my parched tongue. The night was cold, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, now overlaid with the lingering, acrid tang of burnt electronics and something else, something I couldn't quite place, but which smelled of ancient, disturbed things. I moved with painstaking caution, my headlamp sweeping the ground ahead, searching for roots, loose rocks, any obstacle that could send me sprawling again. My good hand clutched the hatchet, more for psychological comfort than any real sense of defense. The old film camera, now my primary tool for proof, was tucked securely in my backpack, wrapped in a spare jacket to protect it. The map, a tattered, sweat-stained rectangle of paper, was my guide. I unfolded it at every small clearing, orienting myself by the faint starlight that pierced the canopy, tracing the convoluted path to the lookout tower. It was a long, winding route cutting across contours, through dense thickets and over treacherous ravines. I knew it would take hours, maybe all night, to even get close. My mind, despite the exhaustion, was a maelstrom of thoughts. My dad, the ranger, the burning truck. Had the creature killed my father? Or was he like the ranger, now a puppet, his eyes vacant, his will subsumed? The thought was a chilling, soul-crushing dread that fueled my desperate march. I imagined him, controlled, walking slowly through the woods, perhaps even searching for me, guided by an unseen hand. The idea made my stomach churn with nausea. I kept my eyes on the sky, or what little I could see of it through the dense canopy. The creature could fly, it could cloak itself, it could appear anywhere at any time. The metallic tang in the air, that almost imperceptible hum, was a constant, low-level dread. It was a warning, a sign that the monster was near, or had been near. Hours blurred into an agonizing blur of pain and relentless forward motion. The moon rose, a pale, indifferent orb, casting long, eerie shadows that danced like specters in the forest. My body screamed for rest, for sleep, but I pushed on, driven by the knowledge that every minute counted, that the fate of unseen towns and unknowing people might rest on my injured shoulders. I traversed a steep, rocky ridge, the loose scree making the ascent treacherous, especially with only one good arm. I slipped, sending a shower of rocks tumbling into the darkness below, the sound echoing ominously in the stillness. I froze, pressing myself against the cold rock, holding my breath, straining to hear anything above the frantic pounding of my heart. Nothing, only the hoot of a distant owl, a sound that now felt menacing rather than comforting. I reached the crest of the ridge, pausing for a moment to catch my breath, my chest heaving. From here I could see for miles, a vast, undulating sea of dark green stretching out beneath the pale moonlight. I pulled out my binoculars, useless in the darkness, but a desperate habit. My eyes swept the horizon, searching, praying not to see it, but knowing I had to look. Nothing, only the endless, silent forest. The absence of the creature was unsettling. Was it still at the logging road, consolidating its control over the ranger? Or had it moved on, a silent hunter in the night, towards its next unknown objective? The thought that it might be ahead of me, waiting for me at the lookout tower, sent a fresh wave of icy dread through me. I pressed on, my path now descending into a deep, forested valley. The air grew colder, heavier, and the scent of damp earth was stronger here. The forest was ancient, the trees towering giants that blotted out the moon, plunging the ravine into impenetrable darkness. My headlamp beam, weak and flickering, seemed to shrink in the overwhelming blackness. Then a sound, not the creature's clicks or thrums, not the whine of its weapon. This was different. A low, guttural growl, deep and resonant, that vibrated through the very ground. My heart leaped into my throat. A bear, a mountain lion, something natural, something I understood, even feared. But after everything I'd seen, the raw, animalistic sound was almost a relief. Almost. I froze, pressing myself against the trunk of a massive fir, my hatchet gripped tightly, my eyes darting frantically into the darkness. The growl came again, closer this time, accompanied by the rustle of heavy undergrowth. Whatever it was big. My mind, still grappling with impossible horrors, switched modes, reverting to primal survival. A bear. I knew bears. Make yourself big, make noise. But my injured arm made that difficult. The rustling grew louder, closer. I could hear heavy breathing, the snap of twigs. It was directly in front of me, hidden by the dense undergrowth, just beyond the reach of my headlamp. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. I raised my good arm, clutching the hatchet, ready to swing. Hey, get out of here. My voice was a weak, hoarse croak. The growl intensified, a low rumble that vibrated in my chest. And then from the darkness, two glowing eyes appeared. Not red, but a pale, luminous green, reflecting the faint light from my headlamp. It was a mountain lion. Its eyes, fixed on me, burned with a predatory hunger. My blood ran cold. I had faced mountain lions before, but never this close, never alone, never injured. This one seemed larger, its presence more menacing than any I had encountered. Then, as the lion took a slow, deliberate step forward, its form resolving in the dim light, I saw it. Or rather, I heard it. A faint, high-pitched whine, a barely perceptible metallic undertone that seemed to emanate from the lion itself. My mind reeled. No, it couldn't be. The lion opened its mouth, letting out another deep growl, but this time, underneath the guttural sound, I distinctly heard it. A series of faint, almost melodic clicks and pulses, emanating from deep within its throat, mingling with its natural roar. My terror sharpened into something colder, more profound. It wasn't just a mountain lion. It was controlled, like the ranger. Its glowing green eyes, now seeming distant, unfocused, fixed on me with an unnatural stillness. The melodic hum, the same one I'd heard from the ranger, began to emanate faintly from the creature, a subtle, hypnotic drone that permeated the air. This wasn't a wild animal hunt. This was deliberate, a trap. The mountain lion took another step, slowly, deliberately, its powerful muscles rippling beneath its tawny fur. It wasn't stalking me like a predator. It was moving with the same stiff, almost robotic precision as the ranger. Panic seized me, raw and absolute. I was trapped between a controlled predator and the invisible, cloaked leviathan that controlled it. This wasn't a fight I could win. I fumbled for the flare gun with my good hand, pulling it from my bag. It was my only hope, my only way to create a diversion. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I aimed the flare gun not at the lion, but towards the deeper shadows beyond it, where I instinctively felt the cloaked creature might be lurking. With a loud bang, the flare ignited, launching upwards with a fiery whoosh, illuminating the entire ravine in a blinding, lurid crimson. It soared high above the trees, erupting into a dazzling red star that hung suspended in the air, casting impossible shadows. The effect was instantaneous. The mountain lion stopped dead in its tracks, its head snapping upwards, its vacant eyes momentarily drawn to the blinding light. The melodic hum faltered, breaking its rhythm. And then a ripple, a distortion in the air, a shimmering effect moving subtly through the trees, a deeper blackness against the already dark interior of the forest. The cloaked creature. Startled by the sudden light, its outline briefly shimmered, a colossal, segmented form, dark and vast, before it vanished again. It was enough. It was my chance. With a guttural roar, a mixture of terror and fury, I spun on my heel and plunged deeper into the ravine, running as fast as my injured body would allow. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The forest swallowed me whole, a maze of shadows and tangled branches. I ran blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the pain in my shoulder, the thorns tearing at my skin. Behind me, I heard a sharp metallic crack, followed by the sound of splintering wood and a thunderous roar. The creature had fired again, not at me, but at the flare, or perhaps as a warning. The ground trembled with the impact, and a wave of superheated air washed over me. I didn't stop, I just kept running, putting as much distance as possible between myself and that terrifying ravine, that controlled mountain lion, and that cloaked, unseen leviathan. My mind raced. It was confirmed. The creature could control living things. It had used the mountain lion as bait, as a trap. It was toying with me, driving me, manipulating my every move. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out beneath me, and I collapsed in a heap beneath a thick cluster of firs. I lay there, gasping, shaking uncontrollably. The image of the glowing green eyes and the controlled roar burned into my mind. The faint, rhythmic thump-thump of the creature, now distant, still echoed in the oppressive silence. It was out there, and it was coming. It wanted me to reach the tower. But why? I pulled out the old film camera, my hands still trembling. I had to get proof. I had to. I needed to find a safe place, a place to gather my thoughts, to plan my next move. The fire lookout tower. It was still my only hope for communication, for warning the world. But it was miles away, through hostile territory, and my body was at its breaking point. As the sun began to dip below the western peaks, casting long, ominous shadows across the forest floor, I made a decision. I couldn't go back. I couldn't face that horror again. I had to press on, towards the tower, despite my injuries, despite my exhaustion. It was my only way out, my only way to fight back. I would move through the night, using the cover of darkness, relying on instinct and desperation. I had to reach that tower. I had to warn someone. But as I stumbled to my feet, bracing my injured arm, a new terrible thought began to form in my mind. The creature had allowed me to flee. It had let me go, thrice now. It had disabled my phone, but it hadn't killed me. It hadn't even truly attacked me, not directly. Unless it wanted me to reach the tower. Unless I wasn't just a pawn. Unless I was a messenger, a carrier, a signal. My blood ran cold. The implications were horrifying. I was carrying the glyph rock, my only piece of proof. Was it more than just a souvenir? Was it a beacon, a tracker? I stopped dead in my tracks, my eyes wide with dawning horror. I ripped my bag open, frantically searching for the rock. I had left it wedged in the tree, my temporary compromise. Now I had to get it back. It was my only tangible evidence. But what if it was also my undoing? No, the creature wanted me to go to the tower. And if it wanted me to go, then the glyph rock had to be the key. It was a beacon, or something more. I had to retrieve it. I had to keep it with me. If it was leading me to the tower, then it was part of its plan. I needed to understand that plan. I needed to twist it, to use it against whatever this thing was. I turned, my mind made up, and began to backtrack, heading back towards the ridge where I had hidden the rock. The thought of deliberately going towards where the creature might be, where the mountain lion had been, was terrifying, but the alternative, leaving my only physical proof behind, was unthinkable. The journey back was even more harrowing than the path forward. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the controlled mountain lion, or worse, the cloaked leviathan itself. I moved with agonizing slowness, my senses screaming, my injured shoulder throbbing with a dull, relentless pain. I reached the base of the towering pine where I had hidden the rock. The tree stood silent, impassive, a sentinel in the moonlit forest. I scanned the branches, my headlamp beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the crevice. There it was, just above my head. With immense effort, using my good hand, I reached up, my fingers scraping against the rough bark. I found the crack, feeling for the cold, smooth surface of the glyph rock. My fingers closed around it, pulling it free from its mossy hiding place. It was heavier than I remembered, solid and cold. The inverted V with a crossbar seemed to glow with a faint, malevolent energy in the beam of my headlamp. I quickly tucked it into a zippered inner pocket of my backpack, securing it as best I could. As I zipped the pocket shut, a faint, rhythmic thump-thump began to resonate from somewhere deeper in the forest, moving steadily towards me. And with it, that almost imperceptible metallic tang, like ozone and ancient earth, grew stronger, thicker in the air. It was here, or it was very close. Panic flared anew, raw and visceral. It had known. It had known I would return for the rock. It was watching me, playing its cruel game. I spun on my heel, abandoning all stealth, and plunged into the undergrowth, running blindly, fueled by a terrifying new understanding. The creature was a chess master, and I was its pawn, moved by an unseen hand. It wanted me to carry this rock. It wanted me to reach the tower. But why? The thumping grew louder, closer, vibrating through the ground. I could hear the rustle of heavy undergrowth, the snap of twigs, impossibly close. It wasn't the mountain lion this time. This was something bigger, something colossal. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my injured arm useless, my legs screaming, my lungs burning, pushing my body beyond any reasonable limit. The forest became a blur of shadows and pain. Suddenly, the ground ahead of me erupted. Not an explosion, but a massive displacement of earth, as if something enormous had burst from beneath the forest floor. A cloud of dirt and rock fragments rained down, and I pitched forward, falling hard, my headlamp bouncing away into the darkness. I lay there stunned, gasping for breath, the impact rattling my teeth. My shoulder screamed in agony. Disoriented, plunged into total darkness, I scrambled backwards, trying to find my headlamp, trying to understand what had just happened. Then, from the spot where the earth had erupted, a new sound. A deep, resonant hum, rising in intensity, filling the night. And then two immense, glowing red eyes, slowly rising above the disturbed earth, fixing on my terrified form. It was there, the creature, not cloaked, not flying. It had been buried, or perhaps it had materialized from beneath the ground. Its colossal, segmented head, dark and sleek, rose slowly into the air, shedding clumps of dirt and moss. Its red eyes, vast and cold, bore into me, radiating an ancient, alien intelligence. The rhythmic clicking and pulsing, now loud and clear, emanated from it, an oppressive, interrogative sound. It wasn't letting me run anymore. It was confronting me. My mind shattered. This was it, the end. I lay paralyzed by terror, unable to move, unable to even scream. The hum intensified, a powerful, resonant thrum that vibrated through my entire body, rattling my bones. The ground itself seemed to tremble. Then, from the depths of its colossal form, from subtle openings along its jawline, a faint, internal crimson light began to glow. The metallic whine, the piercing, unnerving note that preceded its weapon, began to rise again. My breath hitched in my throat. It was going to fire, directly at me. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the inevitable. My hatchet, my camera, my flares, all felt pathetically useless. This was a force of nature, a god, and I was nothing. The whine reached a peak, almost painful in its intensity, and then with a sudden, sharp crack it stopped. The thrumming ceased. The red glow from its jawline openings vanished. For a split second, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. Then silence, profound, absolute. I dared to open my eyes. The creature was still there, its colossal head, its glowing red eyes still fixed on me, but it hadn't fired, not with its energy weapon. Instead, from the same subtle openings along its jawline, a thin, almost invisible beam of light, a pale blue, pulsed outwards. It wasn't destructive. It was scanning, analyzing, and it was focused directly on me. I felt a strange, tingling sensation, a warmth spreading through my body, especially around my injured shoulder. It wasn't painful, but it was profoundly unsettling, as if my very cells were being observed, interrogated. The rhythmic clicking intensified, but now it felt different. Less interrogative, more like a rapid internal processing. The blue light pulsed, slowly sweeping over my body, lingering on my injured arm, then moving to my chest, my head. My mind raced, trying to comprehend. It wasn't going to kill me, not yet. It was studying me, analyzing me. And then, as the blue beam swept across my backpack, I felt a sudden, sharp jolt. Not pain, but a deep, resonant vibration emanating from within my bag, the glyph rock. It was reacting. The blue beam intensified, focusing on my backpack. The clicking and pulsing from the creature became a rapid, almost frantic cascade of sounds. The hum returned, soft at first, then growing steadily stronger, but this time it was different. It had a strange, almost harmonious quality, like an ancient, complex melody. Then the creature's head tilted slightly, an unnervingly intelligent gesture. The red eyes seemed to glow with a new intensity, and then, from the depths of its colossal form, a single, deep, resonant tone emanated. It wasn't a growl, it wasn't a hum, it was a sound. A single, pure, incredibly deep note that resonated through the entire forest, vibrating in my bones, in the very air. It was a sound that seemed to speak directly to something ancient within me, something primal and forgotten. And then just as quickly, the blue beam vanished. The humming faded. The red eyes dimmed slightly. The creature lowered its head, slowly, deliberately, and then, with a colossal, almost silent motion, it began to sink back into the disturbed earth, disappearing beneath the forest floor as seamlessly as it had appeared. In moments it was gone. The earth settled. Only a faint, circular patch of disturbed dirt and crushed undergrowth remained, a silent testament to its presence. I lay there gasping, shaking uncontrollably, plunged back into the total darkness of the forest. My headlamp was still gone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. What had just happened? It hadn't attacked me. It had scanned me, and then it had spoken, with a single resonant tone, and then it had disappeared. My injured shoulder still throbbed, but the tingling sensation from the blue beam lingered, a ghost of its touch. My backpack vibrated faintly, a lingering resonance from the glyph rock. I fumbled around in the darkness, my good hand sweeping the ground, searching for my headlamp. My fingers brushed against cold metal. I found it. It had survived the fall. I switched it on, its beam cutting a stark path through the darkness. I looked at the disturbed earth where the creature had been. No tracks, no massive gouges, just a smooth, almost perfect circle where it had sunk back into the ground. It was as if the earth itself had swallowed it whole. My mind reeled. The creature wasn't just a physical entity. It was something more, something that could phase in and out of existence, perhaps, or manipulate the very fabric of reality. And it had communicated, that single, deep tone. What did it mean? What was it trying to tell me? Or rather, what was it activating? My backpack still vibrated faintly, a subtle thrumming emanating from the inner pocket where the glyph rock lay. I carefully unzipped the pocket and pulled it out. The rock was glowing, faintly, not with the red light of the creature's eyes, but with a soft, internal, pale blue luminescence echoing the scanning beam. The inverted V with a crossbar seemed to pulse gently, rhythmically. It wasn't just a piece of debris. It was active. It was responding. This wasn't just proof. It was a tool, or a key. My mind flashed back to the creature's single, resonant tone. Was it a command, a frequency, something that had activated the rock and perhaps something within me? The tingling sensation in my shoulder, the strange warmth, the sense of emptiness. My exhaustion and terror were absolute, but a new, cold clarity began to emerge. This was all part of its plan. It wanted me to go to the tower, and now it had given me something, the glowing rock, a message, a connection. I had to reach the tower, now more than ever, but not just to warn the world, to understand, to communicate if possible, to try and turn this horrifying game against its ancient player. I secured the glowing glyph rock back in my inner pocket, its pale blue light faintly visible through the fabric. It was a beacon, yes, but perhaps it was also a shield, or a weapon. I pushed myself up, favoring my injured arm, my body screaming in protest. The forest was still dark, but the faint hints of pre-dawn gray were beginning to appear in the eastern sky. I began to walk slowly at first, then picking up my pace, driven by a desperate new resolve. The lookout tower was still miles away, but now the path felt different. The air was thick with expectation. The world was holding its breath. Every step was deliberate, each breath a struggle. The glowing rock in my pocket felt like a pulsating heart, echoing the rhythm of my own frantic heartbeat. I knew I was being guided, manipulated, but I also knew I had a choice. I could use this manipulation, this connection, to my advantage. The sun began to crest the eastern peaks, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. The forest, still shrouded in mist, began to awaken. Birdsong filled the air, a beautiful, deceptive symphony. I kept moving, my eyes fixed on the distant horizon, searching for any sign of the lookout tower, any indication of my goal. The fear was still there, a cold, gnawing presence, but now it was tempered by a grim determination. My journey became a desperate race against time and my own physical limits. The landscape blurred into a succession of steep climbs, treacherous descents, and dense thickets. My water was nearly gone again. My stomach growled with hunger, but I forced myself to push past the pain, past the exhaustion. By mid-morning, I reached a particularly high exposed ridge. From here, I could see for miles, a vast panorama of mountains and valleys. I pulled out my binoculars, sweeping the horizon, my heart hammering with a mixture of dread and anticipation. And then I saw it. Far in the distance, a thin, solitary spire rising above the tree line perched atop a distant peak. The Fire Lookout Tower. It was still miles away, but it was there. A beacon, a promise. A flicker of hope, potent and almost dizzying, shot through me. I was going to make it. I had to. But then, as I lowered the binoculars, my eyes caught something else. Something in the sky. A dark, impossibly sleek shape, circling slowly, far in the distance, above the peak where the lookout tower stood. It was the creature. My blood ran cold. It was waiting for me. It had known I would come. It wasn't attacking the tower. It was simply circling, a silent, dark sentinel against the brilliant blue sky. Its red eyes, even from this immense distance, seemed to burn with a cold, unwavering intelligence. The glowing glyph in my pocket thrummed faintly, a pulse mirroring the creature's silent vigil. This was no longer just a desperate sprint for survival. This was an invitation, a rendezvous, and I, the terrified, injured messenger, was walking directly into its ancient trap. I had to be ready for anything, for everything. I pushed on, a grim determination replacing my exhaustion. The tower was my goal, but the creature was my ultimate destination. I would reach it, and I would face it. The final ascent to the tower was a brutal test of will. The path was steep, exposed, a relentless climb over scree and jagged rock. My injured shoulder screamed with every movement, my legs trembled, but I forced myself to keep going, one agonizing step after another. As I neared the summit, the air grew thin and cold. The wind howled around me, a mournful lament. I kept my eyes on the tower, a fragile, skeletal structure of wood and steel against the vastness of the sky. And I kept my eyes on the creature, still circling patiently above it, a dark, ominous punctuation mark in the heavens. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the base of the tower. It was an old, weathered structure, its wooden steps creaking, its steel supports groaning under the relentless wind. The ground around it was bare, rocky, and utterly exposed. There was no place to hide. I looked up. The creature stopped circling. It hovered directly above the tower, its colossal form blotting out the sun, casting an immense, terrifying shadow over me. Its red eyes, vast and cold, fixed on me with an unnervingly intelligent gaze. The low, resonant thrum emanated from it, filling the air, vibrating in my bones. This was it, the moment of truth. I fumbled for the film camera, pulling it from my bag with my good hand. My last chance for undeniable proof. I aimed it at the hovering leviathan, its dark, segmented body a terrifying silhouette against the sky. I clicked the shutter. The flash popped, a tiny, impotent spark against the colossal presence. Then I reached for the flare gun, pulling it from its pouch. My only defense, my only way to create a diversion if it came to that. The creature didn't move. It simply hovered, its red eyes burning, its thrumming presence dominating the entire mountain. The glowing glyph rock in my pocket throbbed in response, a frantic heartbeat. I looked at the tower, then back at the creature. It wasn't attacking, it was waiting. Then slowly, deliberately, the creature began to descend. Not with a sudden plunge, but with a graceful, unhurried motion, its multi-jointed limbs unfolding, extending towards the summit. It was landing. It landed on the peak directly beside the tower. its immense weight making the ground tremble beneath me. Its clawed appendages gripped the rock, its segmented body coiling slightly. Its head, still angled towards me, its red eyes unwavering, seemed to observe my every move. The thrumming intensified, accompanied by a series of faint, high-frequency clicks and pulses. It was communicating, or preparing to. I stood there at the base of the tower, utterly exposed, my camera in one hand, my flare gun in the other, facing an ancient alien leviathan that had seemingly guided me to this very spot. My dad, the ranger, the burning truck, the controlled mountain lion, all of it had led me here, to this moment. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady my racing heart. My injured shoulder throbbed relentlessly. My mouth was dry, but I refused to break. I had come too far. I looked at the tower. It was my only sanctuary, my only chance at communication. I had to get inside. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I scrambled towards the ladder that led up to the small cabin at the top of the lookout tower. Every step on the wooden rungs was a struggle, my injured arm making the ascent agonizingly slow and precarious. The creature remained motionless, its red eyes fixed on me, its thrumming presence a constant, oppressive weight. It watched me climb, patiently, deliberately. It was allowing me to ascend. It was part of its plan. I reached the small platform at the top, gasping for breath, and fumbled for the door handle. It was stiff, old, but surprisingly unlocked. I pushed it open and practically fell inside, slamming the heavy door shut behind me. The cabin was small, dusty, filled with the faint scent of old wood and dry air. A single, battered radio sat on a desk, its wires dangling. Maps were tacked to the walls, and a single window offered a panoramic view of the world and the colossal creature waiting patiently outside. I stumbled to the window, peering out. The creature was still there, less than 100 yards away, its immense form dominating the peak, its red eyes unwavering. It was still watching me. I turned to the old radio, my last desperate hope. It was a large, clunky console, clearly designed for long-range communication. I flipped switches, turned dials, but it was dead, no power. The wires were corroded, cut in places. It was useless. Despair, cold and absolute, washed over me. I had come all this way, faced unimaginable horrors, pushed my body to its breaking point, and for what? A dead radio. My phone was fried, my CB radio had no range. This was it. I was truly alone. Then the creature moved. Slowly, deliberately, it turned its vast head, its red eyes scanning the horizon, then the sky. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking beyond me. And from its colossal form, the melodic hum began again, louder now, more insistent, pulsating with a strange, complex rhythm. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a threat. It was an activation. My gaze followed its trajectory, sweeping the distant horizon, and then I saw it. High in the sky, far in the distance, a faint, dark speck, then another and another. Multiple shapes, multiple creatures, moving with impossible speed, converging on the sentinel peaks. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a creature. This was a fleet, a network, an invasion. The glowing glyph rock in my pocket thrummed violently, pulsating with an internal blue light that shone through the fabric of my backpack. It was acting as a beacon, a homing signal. I had been led here, not to warn the world, but to summon them, to complete some ancient, horrifying ritual. The melodic hum from the creature outside intensified, reaching a crescendo, a terrifying symphony of activation. The sky filled with incoming shadows, growing larger faster. I was not a messenger, I was a key, a switch, a sacrificial lamb. The fate of the world, it seemed, rested on my exhausted, injured shoulders and on. My mind reeled, caught in a terrifying maelstrom of realization. I wasn't a hero, I was a conduit, a unwitting lure. Every desperate step, every act of defiance had only served its purpose. The creatures weren't stopping me from reaching the world, they were using me to reach theirs. This wasn't an invasion in the traditional sense, but a reawakening, a meticulously orchestrated reunion. The hum from the creature outside the tower intensified, a complex, ancient melody that vibrated through the very structure, through my bones, through the glyph rock pulsing in my pocket. The sky, once vast and indifferent, was now rapidly filling with dark, impossible shapes. They were closer now, discernible even without binoculars, immense, segmented forms, gliding silently, red eyes burning in the pre-dawn gloom. A fleet, an armada. Not just a handful, but dozens, perhaps hundreds, descending from the heavens like a nightmare made manifest. I stumbled back from the window, my breath hitched in my throat. My injured shoulder flared with agony, but the pain was a distant whisper compared to the cosmic horror unfolding before me. My hands, still clutching the useless film camera and the pathetic flare gun, trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't a fight, it was an execution. But then a flicker of something, not hope, not yet, but a cold, analytical thought cutting through the terror. If I was a key, a switch, then I had power, even if it was power granted by my captors. Could I twist it? Could I break their game? The glowing glyph rock in my pocket thrummed, a frantic, almost desperate pulse. It wasn't just a beacon, it was reacting to the incoming fleet, to the creature outside. It was resonating, a channel. I fumbled with the backpack, pulling out the rock. Its pale blue light, once faint, now pulsed with an alarming intensity, almost too bright to look at directly. The inverted V with a crossbar seemed to spin, to deepen, as if activating. I held it in my hand, staring at it, my mind racing. What if this wasn't just for them? What if it was for me? A link, a way to understand. As the first of the incoming ships, a colossal, dark leviathan, began its slow descent towards the peak, its red eyes locking onto the tower, I felt a desperate, insane impulse. Communication. It had scanned me. It had spoken with a single tone. It had given me this rock. It wanted something. I had to try. With my good hand, I raised the glowing glyph rock towards the creature outside the tower, towards the incoming fleet. My arm shook violently, but my resolve hardened. "What do you want?" I screamed, my voice hoarse, barely audible above the rising hum from the approaching fleet. "What is this?" The creature outside, perched on the peak, tilted its vast head. Its red eyes flared, and the melodic hum from its form intensified, now mixed with a series of rapid, high-pitched clicks and pulses, echoing across the mountaintop. It was responding. And then, as if in answer to my desperate plea, a blinding shaft of pale blue light erupted from the glyph rock in my hand. It wasn't a destructive beam, but a pure, focused torrent of energy, shooting straight out of the tower window, directly towards the colossal creature outside. The creature didn't recoil. Instead, it seemed to absorb the light. Its red eyes widened, and the thrumming, clicking, pulsing sounds from its form suddenly shifted. They coalesced, changed, became something else. And then in my mind, a flood. Not words, not images, but pure, unadulterated information. A torrent of ancient knowledge, of purpose, of history, directly translated into my consciousness. It was overwhelming, breathtaking, terrifying. I saw visions, a dying world billions of years ago, a distant galaxy, its sun fading. A desperate race, not organic as we understood it, but a fusion of biology and technology, driven by pure intellect. They were not born, they were grown, engineered in vast subterranean citadels. They were the architects, the librarians, the keepers of knowledge, tasked with preserving sentient life in a universe prone to entropy. Their bodies, the segmented, dark constructs, were vessels, vessels capable of traversing interstellar distances, of navigating the void between stars, cloaked and silent. Their purpose, to seed new worlds, to nurture nascent life, to guide its evolution, and when the time was right, to harvest its accumulated knowledge, its unique experiences, its very essence, before the world itself succumbed to its inevitable end. A vast, cosmic library preserved across millennia. Earth, it was one such world, seeded eons ago, observed, protected, guided. The dry gulch structure and the one in the Sentinel Peaks were dormant seed vaults, observation posts. The river that had burst forth was not a consequence of damage, but a deliberate act, a release mechanism triggered by an ancient, pre-programmed schedule. The objects I had seen tumbling in the current were not debris. They were growth pods, bioengineered catalysts for the awakening cycle. The creature outside, the one that had guided me, was a harvester. Not malevolent, not aggressive, but a being of cold, ancient purpose. Its weapon was not for destruction, but for analysis. The first beam to vaporize the tree was to test environmental density. The second, an EMP, to gauge the complexity of local technology, and the blue scanning beam, to assess my biological and neurological capacity. My injuries, my exhaustion, my terror, all factored into its calculations. My father, the ranger, the mountain lion, they weren't killed, they weren't controlled, they were simply observed. Their vehicles, their bodies, their primitive technologies deemed irrelevant or too fragile to withstand the coming harvest. The thump-thump was its internal processor, the clicks and pulses its internal language, the melodic hum, an activation signal not for an invasion but for the gathering. The incoming fleet, they were not invaders. They were the librarians, the massive vessels designed to collect and store the essence of Earth's life. The inverted V with a crossbar was their symbol, the archivist glyph marking their mission. And me? Why was I the keys? The answer resonated in my mind. Humanity, in its chaotic, self-destructive, yet vibrantly creative way, had reached a critical threshold. A unique energetic signature had been detected, a resonance, something special. And I, in my accidental discovery, my relentless pursuit, my desperate need to warn, had inadvertently become the strongest conduit, the focal point of that unique signature. The glyph rock wasn't a tracker, it was a resonance amplifier, a psychic tuning fork, enhancing my connection to their network. It didn't guide me, it amplified my intent and their response. It activated because I believed it was important. This wasn't an invasion, it was a cosmic appointment, an ancient promise. The harvest of Earth's sentient consciousness, not to destroy, but to preserve, to add to the galactic library of life before Earth itself succumbed to its own sun's eventual demise, or humanity's self-inflicted wounds. The knowledge was too vast, too profound, too alien for my mind to fully grasp. My head swam. My body felt light, ethereal. The cabin around me, the mountains, the very air seemed to shimmer, to lose definition. The glowing glyph rock in my hand pulsed with a final, blinding surge of blue light, and then slowly the light began to recede, drawing inwards, shrinking back into the rock itself. It became dull, heavy, cold once more. the inverted V with a crossbar now merely a faded carving. The intense flood of information receded, leaving behind a profound, terrifying understanding. The harvester outside the tower, its red eyes still fixed on me, began to move. It lifted one of its massive, clawed limbs, slowly, deliberately, and pointed it not at me, but towards the sky. The incoming fleet, now directly overhead, began its final descent, a symphony of silent, colossal forms, their red eyes burning like embers in the emerging dawn. They were immense, each one dwarfing the lookout tower, eclipsing the sky. And then from the depths of the harvester, and from the incoming fleet, a unified hum began. Not melodic anymore, but a single, immense, overwhelming resonance that filled the entire valley, the entire sky, vibrating through the very fabric of reality. It was a sound that seemed to transcend hearing, a vibration that permeated my very soul. I felt a pull, a gentle but inexorable tug, not physical but ethereal, a sensation of being stretched, expanded, of my consciousness reaching out, beyond my body, beyond the tower, beyond the mountain, connecting to the vast, incoming network. This was the harvest, this was the gathering. My heart hammered not with fear but with a strange, dawning awe. This was it, the purpose of my accidental discovery, to be the first, to open the channel. As the first tendrils of the incoming fleet's energy field enveloped the mountain, a faint, crystalline shimmer began to rise from the forest floor, from the streams, from the very air itself. It was the collected consciousness of Earth, the unique essence of its life, being drawn upwards, gently, inexorably, towards the waiting vessels. Not just humanity, but the whisper of every tree, the song of every bird, the wisdom of every ancient stone. I stood at the window, tears streaming down my face, not of sorrow, but of incomprehensible wonder. My role wasn't to warn the world of its demise, but to be its usher into something beyond comprehension. The creature outside tilted its head once more, and for a fleeting moment, I imagined I saw not cold intelligence, but a flicker of something akin to gratitude, a silent acknowledgement of my unwitting service. The world outside the tower shimmered, the incoming vessels now immense, silent titans against the dawn sky. Their red eyes glowed with a collective, ancient purpose. The hum deepened, became a vast, encompassing silence. I felt the pull intensify, a sensation of infinite expansion. My body, my injured shoulder, the dust-filled cabin, all became distant, irrelevant. My consciousness, my essence, was being drawn outwards, connecting, merging with something vast, something ancient, something that transcended individual existence. The last thing I saw, through eyes blurring with tears and overwhelming sensation, was the rising sun painting the eastern sky in fiery gold, a final, beautiful farewell to the world I had known. And then a pure white light enveloped me, a gentle embrace that promised not an end, but a transformation. The individual, the boy, was gone, but his experience, his fear, his courage, his love for the wild Montana mountains, and his unwitting role as the key would be preserved. Forever. A new star, a new story in the vast, ancient library of the universe. The silent leviathans, their mission complete, now turned, their red eyes fading into the brilliant light of the newly risen sun, ready to carry their new collection into the endless cosmic night. Earth's story, now a whisper in the grand chorus of creation, continued, but not as we knew it.